It is Monday, April 20th, 2026, and this is the Londonderry Town Council meeting. Can everyone please stand for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a couple pieces of town council business here. I've received several emails over the last few weeks regarding social media issues. So I've decided that we as a council are going to provide elected officials social media training. The second business we have here is I have an anonymous case number 531514 that I received on 1/13/26, and for this I need a vote from the council to do an investigation.
Motion to move forward with the investigation.
A motion from Ted. I'll second it. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative.
Oppose it.
Okay.
Can you just make
So
sure
hold on.
that's clear for the recording secretary as to who voted for what?
Opposed. I'm sorry, I didn't speak in
Okay.
the mic.
So you guys are saying no?
Correct. We can do a roll call vote, which we should
No, no,
do according to the
I
charter.
just
Aye.
roll call vote.
Aye.
um,
Holmes.
I'll abstain.
Ron Dunn, yes.
Dan Bouchard, no.
Deb Paul, no.
Okay, so that would mean the motion would fail. Okay. Up next, I have a proclamation, which Mr. Combs is going to read.
Yes, thank you. Today I have the great honor of a proclamation in honor of the National Small Business Week 2026. Whereas small businesses are the heart of our nation's economy, serving as the engine for the innovation and invention that drives technological advancement, builds our nation's infrastructure, creates opportunities for those in our community, provides valuable services to Londonderry's residents, and enriches the fabric of our town. And whereas small businesses employ more than half of American workers, including thousands of residents in the town of Londonderry. And whereas the town of Londonderry admires, respects, supports the role of small businesses in helping Londonderry thrive. And whereas in 2026, the town of Londonderry takes particular pride in Gray Consulting and Therapy, a Londonderry business which was selected as 2026's New Hampshire Women-Owned Small Business of the Year by the U.S. Small Business Administration in recognition of Heather Gray's exceptional resilience, innovation, and community impact. And whereas National Small Business Week has been proclaimed by the President of the United States since 1963, honoring the vital role of small businesses in creating jobs, growing the economy, and honoring our economic communities. And whereas the town of Londonderry joins in this national effort to recognize the contributions of small businesses to the American economy and our own community, celebrating their importance in preserving the vibrance of Londonderry now and in the future. Now therefore let it be proclaimed by the Londonderry Town Council that May 3rd through 9th, 2026 is National Small Business Week, and all citizens are encouraged to support small businesses and celebrate their many achievements. Thank you, and as well, congratulations to Heather Gray for Gray Consulting and Therapy.
Up next, we have an update from Captain Patrick Cheatham on the Bring Back the Trades Expo that happened on Saturday. It was a wonderful event, sir. So,
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mr. Town Manager, and the packed audience we have here, good evening. As the chairman said, my name is Patrick Cheatham. I'm a police officer and a captain with our police department. And while every day in Londonderry I think is a great day, we had an especially great day this past Saturday at the Londonderry High School where we held our second annual Bring Back the Trades Skills Expo. Vice Principal Katie Sullivan, who is co-chair locally with me, couldn't be here tonight, but she deserves a tremendous amount of credit for all the work that she did in our event. We're very proud to say that in just the short 1 year in which we've been bringing this program to Londonderry, this year our event was attended by nearly 1,200 young people, not just from Londonderry, but from around the state, Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont, while our target audience is our community and people in New Hampshire. We gave out more than $35,000 in scholarships to 14 different young people, so that way they can pursue education and training in anything from welding to automotive technician type stuff, carpentry, any type of trade that they so choose. In comparison to last year, we were able to give out 3 scholarships totaling $4,500, although we raised $30,000 last year. To say that we gave out a few more scholarships this year compared to last we were very pleased by the level of participation, not just from local residents, but also the Londonderry School District. Dan Black, our superintendent, was there, as well as Rick Barnes, the principal of the high school. Both were in tremendous support. And I don't know if he walked in before I stood up, but Bob Slater wanted to join me this evening as well. Is Mr. Slater here? No? But Bob Slater, superintendent of our school district, as well as a local business owner and longtime resident, has been supporting our program for the last 2 years as well. I'd also like to recognize that every member of the town council stopped in or said hello or sent a text message just checking in about how busy the parking lot was. So I really do appreciate your support as well. And next year, under Katie's leadership of the new Lancer Academy, I believe that we'll probably house this program under her tutelage going forward. One question I was asked on Saturday, and then I'll wrap it up. I know we have a busy agenda, or you have a busy agenda. This is my agenda. Why is the police department involved in Bring Back the Skills Trades Expo? So a year ago, January, Katie and I were at a Londonderry Rotary meeting over at the coach stop at 7:30 on a Wednesday morning, and Shana Brunier, executive director of Bring Back the Trades, came to share what their program was all about, looking for a donation, and Katie and I approached her afterwards and said, we need to do this in Londonderry. Last year, we had 4 months to plan our event, and it was well attended. It was a great start, and as a function of my role as the department CEO, community engagement officer, Katie and I just, ran with the ball, and I have the chief and the deputy chief support always in programs like this. So I believe we are the only police department in the country that co-sponsors a Bring Back the Skills Trades Expo, and I'm happy to say that Londonderry leads the way when it comes to trades expos in our region. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions, but
Well, I want to personally thank you and Kath for all the work you did. It was an excellent event. The governor came. Governor was
thank you
very
for-
happy.
yes, thank you. I
Yeah,
didn't-
Governor said she was very happy to come to Londonderry and see how we lead the way.
And Governor Aya, to her credit, she spent nearly an hour and a half at our event, and a bit so for a woman with a very busy schedule. I think she had a personal touch with almost every business owner, indoors, inside, and outside. And thank you for sharing that.
No.
I don't want to. It's important that we recognize the governor
Yeah.
as well.
Anybody else have any questions?
No, I was just impressed every time I drove by on Saturday. The parking lot was completely packed all day, all parking lot areas, not just the main high school lot.
I think we might have to reserve Matthew Thornton parking lot for next year, and maybe even run some shuttles.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness,
I think
because it was full, to say the least.
And excellent. Thank you to all the vendors that participated, made it happen. And thank you both again.
Great.
Wonderful event.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Yeah. With that, I'll open public comment.
Good evening, Mr.
sir.
Chair. I'm great. Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive. I noticed that there's some listening sessions coming up on, I'll call it the Lions Hall.
Okay.
And there's a reason I'm calling it the Lions Hall. So I just wanted to share with you an anecdotal story that happened between my wife and I recently. This was probably like 3 weeks ago. We were driving through the center of town, and I noticed that the Presbyterian Church had yellow caution tape up around the doors. And I said, uh-oh, I hope something's not wrong with the structure of that building. I said it would be a shame to lose both that building and the Lions Hall. And she said, yeah, and the Reverend Morrison House. And I said, yeah, that's what I said, the Lions Hall. And she goes, no, I know you said that. I'm talking about the Reverend Morrison House, the Red House. And I said, no. I go, that's the same thing. She goes, no, it's not. She goes, the Morrison House is the thing, the Red House down Pillsbury Road. And then she pulls out her phone and starts going on the internet, pulls up the Historical Society and shows me the Morrison House being the Red House. And I said, no, that's the Morrison House Museum. The other thing is the Reverend Morrison Meeting House. And that's when it occurred to, I said to her, what did you think the Warren articles were when he went and voted? She said, I thought they were to fix the Red House. She said, I couldn't figure out why we were spending $3 million to fix the Red House. She said, and then the second Warren article, she said, I thought it was to fix both the Lions Hall and the Red House. So I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And she goes, no. And I know it sounds like we don't talk. We do, but we don't talk about this stuff, believe it or not. So she gave me permission to share this story, Art. So then she said, she goes, because she's a school teacher in town, she said, well, I'm going to go in and I'm going to talk to the teachers that are Londonderry residents and see what they thought. So she comes home the next day and she says, to a person that she talked to at the school, they thought the Warren articles were about the Red House and not about the Lions Hall. So I share that story with you because I think for those of us that are like in the 0.5% town hall bubble, we all understand what's being talked about. But for those people who have a life outside of here, they may have actually been confused on what the Warren articles were intending to fix. So going forward for the marketing of what's going to happen there, I just think a much better job needs to be done about distinguishing what is the meeting house / Lions Hall and what is actually the museum on Pillsbury Road. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Hi, John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. So I posted on the town Facebook page that you're having this, taking off on what Kevin said, this listening session next week. It's vacation week. And taking on what Kevin was saying, I said in my post, I said, maybe it'd be a good idea to get the Lions Club and the Historic Society involved in helping host it. Rather it just be, a town event. They might actually think about things that are not millions of dollars, and they may think about things that, will go out and get grants, or maybe they're looking to take more of a position on the whole thing. But, just continuing with what Kevin's saying. One other thing I want to comment on is this anonymous thing. It's silly. We didn't need it until just recently. It's silly. I don't know why you keep doing it and spending money on it. If you're going to be anonymous, go play on Facebook, okay? If you got something to say, or you have a complaint, or you want to do something, if you don't put your name on it, it's probably not worth saying. So, moving over from that. The town treasurer is Tom Dolan. I am his deputy. The treasurer charter change went to the voters twice in the last few years. The voters of Londonderry were clear. They don't want to change. They want the oversight provided by the town treasurer, and they want it to be independent. Let's make no mistake in understanding these are public funds. For the first time, maybe in history, the Londonderry town budget at almost $57 million is now higher than the $55 million budget being presented in Derry. And we all know how the people of Derry feel about their tax bills, which have traditionally been significantly higher than the town of Londonderry. The town treasurer has been analyzing and reviewing, monitoring the expenses. As someone who was personally involved in the development of the current budget myself, while we all understand it's a bottom line budget, it appears that a lot of coloring outside the lines or line items have been increased. Many of these items are of a recurring cost nature, which were rolled into this next year's default budget. This is another reason why I am always seeing the default budgeting as a law that needs to be rewritten for today's economy, which I've been worked on with you, Mr. Dunn, the chairman. And we recognize that the default budgeting needs to be adjusted. The voters approved the budget, a cost, in collective bargaining agreements with the expectation that they would be honored. So the voters approved these. It's the job of the elected officials, all of you, to provide oversight. We've never had a revenue problem in Londonderry. Revenues keep going up. Motor vehicle, property taxes, everybody loves their property taxes. But if you're not careful, you're going to have a spending problem, which many other towns in this state have. During many years in past, with Mr. Smith as the town manager, we'd freeze hiring, spending freezes to effect cost control over costs. I'll be very interested in the finance department update. How much money will be left to return to the voters in the UFB, otherwise known as undesignated fund balance? My guess is not much. It requires over $150 million to run all government and school bodies here in town. Over $125 million comes through this building. The community takes great pride that we do everything possible to protect our precious assets at the schools. Children, staff, first responders. Are we providing that same level of protection here in Town Hall? Or was that money spent coloring outside the lines? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in public comment? Good evening. How are you tonight?
Good evening. My name is Tyler Vickery from Hudson, New Hampshire. I'd like to touch base about the skate park, just say a few things. I've been skateboarding for over 20 years. In that time, I've seen skate parks come and go. What I've learned is these parks are more than just concrete and ramps. They're places where people find passion, community, and purpose. Having a local place to skate is incredibly important, especially for the kids. They are students getting out of school right across the street who may not have transportation or means to travel far. A skate park nearby gives them a safe, positive outlet where they can go ride after school and do what they love. Taking away a beautiful place tucked away in Londonderry won't just remove a park, it will impact the entire community. It affects the kids of today, and it will affect the kids of tomorrow. I've seen this happen before with the David W. Dean Skate Park in Nashua. When it was torn down, it hit the community hard. A lot of my friends stopped skating as much, not because they lost interest, because they lost their place to belong. At the same time, I've also seen what happens when a community comes together. When a new park was built to replace it, it gave a whole new generation a chance to grow, connect, and thrive. Seeing young skateboarders enjoying that space reminds me how important these places really are. Skateboarding has evolved. As of 2020, it's even part of the Olympics. This isn't just something that happens in driveways or empty parking lots anymore. It is a recognized sport, a lifestyle, and for many, a path forward. A skate park is where skills are developed, friendships are built, and confidence is gained. It is a place where people from all backgrounds come together and support each other. I understand that funding is always a concern, but I truly believe if we come together as a community, we can find a way, whether it's fundraising, partnerships, or creative solutions to keep this space like this alive. I've seen firsthand how passionate this community is. I even have friends like Drew Huppold in Londonderry who have gone on to make a career out of designing and constructing skate parks. This passion starts in places just like this. So I ask you to consider the park really represents, not just a recreational space. It is an environment for our youth, our community, and our future. I hope we can come together and preserve the skate park in this beautiful town of Londonderry, New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you tonight?
Good evening. I'm well. How are you guys?
Good.
So I was here the previous meeting, and it was the wrong meeting.
Say your name and address for the.
So I'm back.
Yep.
Say your name.
Just say your name and address for the record.
Yep. Drew Uphold. I'm a resident of Londonderry and have been my whole life. I'm an avid skateboarder who frequents the Londonderry skate park. I am concerned with the possible loss of the skate park as I know how impactful they can be on a community. Not only do they bring traffic through town, which is beneficial for local businesses and things alike, but they're extremely beneficial for the youth as it provides a safe haven for local kids to gather and express themselves through skateboarding and other action sports such as BMX or scooter or rollerblading. It's great for physical and mental health and also produces strong determination and perseverance in oneself. Myself, along with countless others, have used our free time to maintain and clean up the park whenever it needs to be done. The thought of losing this place is unimaginable as how impactful it's been on the New England community. I know that funding can be an issue and there's ways around that. I mean, we're very close with the Eastern Borders, a local skate shop, and they have a big following, and they've already said it. They're down to help, in any way possible to fundraise and, whatever we can do to get an event going. And I just know that the community here, I mean, maybe we have small numbers tonight, but if we really get an event going to get some fundraising, I know that it would hit. I know plenty of people who would be willing to donate their time and or money to keep this place alive and thriving. If worse comes to worse and building a new skate park isn't foreseeable, maybe at least we leave the space so we can continue to have ramps that people can, build in their free time, or, just have like a space that we can skateboard, because if you're going to push us out of there, then where are we going to go? For the kids at school who I grew up going to Londonderry, and I was always able to bring my skateboard with me so I could just walk over to the skate park after school, and I mean, that was one of the best things ever. I grew up doing wrestling and playing hockey. I believe I wrestled with John, right? Yeah, great guy.
Thank you.
And, it's just like skateboarding, like those are two great sports and they do a lot for someone, but for some reason skateboarding's always stuck with me over those, and I know it's done for a lot of other people too. I work for a skate park company, build concrete skate parks, so I know what I'm doing. If we can, keep the space and maybe we can make something work, kind of just make it a skate place. I don't know, I'm losing track, but the locals alone are capable of building it. Myself and a few others work for concrete companies specializing in skate parks. We have built a few ones nearby, such as Portsmouth, Dover, Manchester, Lincoln, Nashua, Meredith. We've got one coming up in Bethlehem. Like, it's the amount of towns that are, revamping their skate parks and whatnot. It shows that it's beneficial to the community, I think. Skateboarding means so much to us, the community, and it would be unfair to take away a space like this for future generations, because the amount of friends you get, and just lifelong friends, a lot of benefits happen from that, and it's just, I don't know, it's crazy what the skateboarding community can do. And I'm not going to stand to see it go.
All right.
Thank you, and I don't know if do you guys answer any questions or anything, or is this kind of just a comment?
This is
Comment.
just a
Yep.
now.
All right. Well, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time. I appreciate it.
Anybody else in public comment? Good evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Paul Skidlark, 20 Woodbine Drive. I'm back again for reasons you probably understand why I'm back, just to kind of bring people up to date. Last couple of weeks ago, I was in here to talk about the citizen petition letters, and you wanted to make sure that those letters went out as prescribed in the citizen petitions. And I know now that those letters did go out, and those letters went out with one signature, not 5 signatures. I was not given any kind of reason as to why that was happening. None of you provided a reason. I reached out via email. I think 2 days after that meeting, I heard back from one person, that being Councilor Bouchard, who responded back, "Thank you." I think there might have been a period at the end of the thank you. And that was the extent of the communication after two emails where I tried to explain, provide context as to what was to be done. To reiterate, both of those citizens petitions prescribed within the petition that the town council send letters to both the governor's office and to the state legislators and our senator, alerting them to the fact that there was a vote taken, the percentage and the number of people who voted for both petitions. As I mentioned before, both petitions were overwhelmingly approved by over 72% of the voters. We had a record turnout for a town election during that period, and yet you took it upon yourselves to not sign the petitions or to sign the petition letters, providing, again, no explanation as to why that is. I can only then assume why that was done, and I can only assume that was political in nature. Ron, you asked at the time if you don't agree with it, can you not sign it? And I know Dan asked the same, some words to that effect, that if you didn't agree with the substance of the petitions, were you compelled somehow to put your signature on it? As I said before, these letters were purely administrative. That's all they are. You guys are the body that moves it forward to the next body, the governor's office and to the state legislators. For you not to have done that, put your signature on that, is essentially an election nullification. You're saying that this vote never happened. You're putting your own personal imprint on a letter that ought not have your imprint on it at all, other than your signature and moving it forward. Really disappointing. I'm not going to let it go because it ought to be redone. The prescription for that is to have another letter written, to have the same letter written and allow you people to kind of rethink your initial response to this and hopefully provide your signature. I want to say thank you to Ted Combs. Ted did the right thing, signed the letters as prescribed in the petition. Again, this was not an opportunity for you guys to vote on it again. You had that opportunity prior to the deliberative session. You opted not to do it. You had an opportunity at the election to vote on those two citizen petitions, and I assume you did it at that point. You don't think get a third bite at the apple and do it again in the form of this petition letter going to the governor's office and the state legislators. I've never been an advocate of state reps being also on town councils, and I think this is kind of one of the reasons why. I think when you inject your political persuasion, or political imprint onto a subject like this, it creates problems. You've now made what should not have been controversial. There's enough controversy in this town council right now. You didn't need more. The school board had two petitions. No problem. They put them forward, sent to the governor's office, sent to the state legislators, no issue. No controversy, no problem. For some reason, this town council made it controversial. Councilor Dunn, with your permission, I'd just like to ask Sean Mulholland for a couple of questions, if I may.
It's public comment, so you direct it to me and.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so what I'd like to understand is, with Town Manager Mulholland, is I know he's worked in municipal government for a lot of years. And I'm assuming during that period of time, he's run into scenarios like this, where letters that are going forward to the governor's office or to state legislators come out of the town council or selectmen or whatever it might be. So I'd like to understand if in his experience, if typically those letters have the signatures of all councilors or all selectmen on it, or if they don't. Because right now, the letter we sent up had one signature. If I'm the governor or if I'm a state legislator getting that letter, I'm looking at it like, why is only Ted Combs' name on this? Where are the other signatures? Why are they not here? It makes no sense. And so I think there are a few questions I'd like to know. I'd like to understand that from Sean Mulholland. I'd like to is that my time?
Yeah. But,
okay.
But I'll personally get back to you and I'll.
And I would like to hear, so if you don't answer the questions now as to why individually you guys decided not to put your signature on it, I'd like to know at the end of the public session or the next public comment why that is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Anybody else in public comment? Good evening, Christine.
Hi. Christine Perez, 5 Leslie Drive. I spoke to him after the meeting because I didn't understand. But one of the things that was brought to my attention, signing that did not mean that you agreed with it. It was just a means of as was explained to me, it was just a means saying that you were willing to put it forward. And I think that's something that was probably not understood by everybody. I'm sure it probably wouldn't have. I just wanted to clarify that to make sure that you understood. It didn't mean you agreed with it. It just meant that you were moving it forward as a representative of the town. The other comment that I'd like to make is I want to acknowledge these young men that have come forward twice now. We don't hesitate to fix up parks for baseball, softball, football, soccer, whatever, field hockey. We don't hesitate to do that. These young men have come forward with a request, and they're willing to put skin in the game. They're willing to make it work. And I think that's the spirit of the town that we are looking for in people. And these are young people that are willing to do what we want the town to do. Step up if they want something done, to take ownership. So I think you really need to consider all the effort that they have put into it and that they're willing to put into it and how important it is to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you tonight?
How are you guys doing? My name is Mark Daniel Bigger Jr. I'm right now currently residing in Newmarket. I originally was a Londonderry resident for years. My dad actually served as a police officer with some of you guys. So, you know, during that time frame while I was living here, I lived in. I think the first time I ever went to the skate park was like 2001, maybe. And since then, I just have been there almost every year since. This skate park single-handedly was kind of like a creative outlet for me. My dad, of course, working as a police officer, he was working all the time. No offense to him. But I would just walk over from school and just pretty much skate and just stay there until he came and picked me up. And I always looked super cool because he'd pick me up in a cruiser. So people would think they're like, oh, yeah, he's getting arrested. No. But no, I currently am a volunteer at Manchester Police Athletic League as an instructor for skateboarding. And one thing I've learned about skateboarding is that if you give someone a space, that's where the community goes. So this space, especially that ground, I view it as the Holy Land. You know, when I first heard about everything that was going on with the park, I literally cried because it meant so much to me. Going there, seeing all of my friends, most of them are right over there. Mm-hmm. You know, the amount of tricks that have gone down there and just all of us being able to be together, it's like church for us. So to have that space and make sure that that space is maintained for us. I live in Newmarket and still drive out here. I have two little girls that are itching to skateboard, and most of the skate parks, they're so busy. And the one thing I loved about Londonderry was that it was busy, but it's so spread out that little kids can actually go and skate, have the chance to learn and have the, you know, the creative outlet that I did. So, but yeah, definitely want to say keep the skate park 100%. It's definitely a staple for this town. So thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Martha Smith, 38 Shasta Drive. I just want to reiterate what Paul Skudlarek said too. I think that that basically you were just certifying to the state and the officials at the state who represent us what our vote was. It wasn't saying you agree or disagree. It had those who disagreed there were represented and those who agree were represented. So I think it would be very weird. If I was receiving that letter, I would be saying, where are the other signatures? Did the town of Londonderry make a mistake when they sent this up here? And, you know, was everybody else absent? What happened? So I think is very strange. I would like you to reconsider as well. And as an older person living in the town of Londonderry, I would like to put my vote in for the skateboard too, the skate park. That I don't believe that we have enough for the young people in town, and I think that's a great outlet for them, and I commend them 100%.
Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name's Stephen Shepard from Derry, New Hampshire. I'm here for the skate park. I've been going to that skate park since I was 11 years old. I moved here at that age to Derry and didn't have many friends. I didn't play sports, wasn't into that lifestyle. And I met a bunch of those guys sitting right there, and I've been friends with them ever since. That skate park means a lot to more than just me, more than just them. There's kids that go there every day. I myself work with Drew over there building skate parks. This is something that we all have put our lives into and just love, and it's a great outlook for kids who don't like sports, maybe come from a broken home, can't go home, don't have parents are working late, yada, 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 you know. So it's a great spot for the town. I think it's good. I think it'd be a shame and very upsetting to the community, not just the skateboarders, but just even the town of Londonderry, if we got rid of the skate park. So, yeah, that's all I got to say, I think.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Good evening. How are you tonight?
So my name is Nick Castelletto. A little bit of a different perspective. I'll keep it short and sweet. In 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, I started driving from Massachusetts to Londonderry because I heard about this little skate park secluded in a corner. And I kind of lived a second life because of that. I've met friends that I have now, we'll call them friends for the rest of my life, people who I never thought I would meet in my entire life. And now I'm 37 years old. So it's for all walks of life, all walks of community. And that specific blue skate park changed my life. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So to even think about taking it down without at least a call to action, a fundraiser, multiple fundraisers, would be a disservice to all of us who go here and have our escape for a few hours after work every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public
Ron,
comment. Yep.
If I may, I was wondering if we could have at least the recreation director come and speak upon the skateboard park, as we had a
We have an
investigation.
agenda item.
We actually have it further
It's coming
down?
up. Yep. It's on the agenda.
Thought-
tonight.
I didn't actually see it on the
Yep.
agenda. Thank you.
No, absolutely, we'll have to do that.
Mr. Chair, I
Yep.
got a couple
Thank you,
things.
sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
On March 16th, I asked that we put retirements and resignations on the agenda. I still haven't seen that on our agenda. Also on March 16th, the emergency management director position came up, and it was said that we were going to address it at our next meeting. We still have not addressed that. And my last thing is, what is being done regarding complaints that have been filed and are not anonymous? When will these be made public? We do have some complaints that have come in, signed by individuals or written off by individuals, and I'm wondering, when are we going to address those as a council?
Okay. All right.
Can I get an answer on any of this stuff, or is it just going to?
I thought you said that was the new rule. We were going to
Yeah.
answer all questions at public comment.
We're going to answer them in the next meeting.
So
I don't. As far as the retirements, I just have to find out when it's going to be put on the agenda. I just have to ask the lady, when she's going to put it on.
Okay.
That's all.
And the emergency management director, that was supposed to be discussed at the next meeting after March 16th, and we had that meeting, and
Okay.
that has still not been addressed.
Correct. We're just falling back to the current one for now.
And how about the complaints that have been filed? Are we going to address those, or are we just going to kick this down the road?
Which complaints are you talking about, Dan?
We've had, I know a couple that I've gotten, complaints. We've all
addressed-
gotten them.
I just addressed 4 of them tonight. We're gonna do training for the Facebook and for the social media.
Well, these are complaints that were filed against council members, and these people sign these complaints, and I'm sure they're waiting for a response and like to know what's going on.
Okay. All the ones that I've gotten on social media, we're going to address the training.
And we confirmed this last meeting. We said that we are going according to the policies on how things were in the past, and how they were in the past didn't go with some formal announcement of them at the beginning of the meeting or anything else. We processed them as they came in, decided what the chair generally decided what an appropriate action was to be taken with them, and we moved on, or
Okay.
we addressed it, or we did whatever.
I know we addressed the last one saying that we're not going to address anonymous complaints. These are not anonymous. These were signed by individuals.
There is no formal policy, Ron.
There is
That's
no
the
policy.
problem.
So
You
I
can't
believe I have
just
addressed
shoot
all the
from hip.
complaints that I've received. We're going to do it through training. Are you still in public comment? No, we closed public comment.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't
vote.
close it. You didn't
Did
close
close
it.
public
He
comment.
did close
I did
public
close public
comment.
comment. I did close it. All right.
You didn't vote on it.
That's fine. All right. Boards and appointments. Interviews for Leach Library trustees. Up first, we have Linda Lampkin. Good evening. How are you? If you want to say a few things about yourself, and then we'll see if the council has questions. You can stand or sit, whatever you prefer.
Okay. Hi, I'm Linda Lampkin. I live at 4 Griffin Road in Londonderry. Lived here since 1998 in the same house, same place. Spent the last 2 years on kind of retired because my school closed. But before that, I spent 27 years working either in the Londonderry School District or the Derry School District as a librarian, library assistant, something in a library. Questions?
Any questions for Linda?
I don't have any questions. You were up in front of us before.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
For a very long time.
Yes. When we were looking at alternates, we were interviewing people for alternates, so I'm all set.
Yeah, no need to be nervous. We're old friends at this point.
Yeah. I'm still nervous. I'm sorry.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you
Great,
for applying.
Thank you, Linda.
Have a good night.
Yep, thank you. The next applicant, Mary Ann, I believe she's not here, correct? And you had a statement to read for her?
That is correct. She is not here. She did ask me to read a brief statement on her behalf. She sent me an email saying that I serve as head circulation librarian at a public library where I manage daily operations, oversee circulation workflows, and work closely with the public. In addition to my operational duties, I review and update library policies to keep them relevant and fair. I also help develop the library's strategic plan and action plan, turning long-term goals into practical steps. I also have experience in collection development and data-informed decision-making, including tracking usage patterns and improving systems to better serve patrons. I regularly contribute to monthly reporting and collaborate with colleagues to maintain efficient and transparent operations. I value public service and would bring a thoughtful, collaborative approach to the board.
Excellent. Up next is Russell Legou. Good evening, sir. If you want to say a few things about yourself.
Russ Legou. I'm at 2 Fidelis Ridge. I don't have library experience, but I'm approaching this from a little bit of a different angle, more thinking of boards and trustees as similar to companies that have board of directors. The board of directors typically tend to come from outside the company with all kinds of backgrounds and just bring in different perspectives. I've been in town since 1986. I had my own small business as well, actually, an environmental consulting company. Sold that in 2014 to a somewhat larger company. Worked with them for a few years. Then I went up to the Department of Environmental Services at the state and wound down my environmental consulting career with them. In previous life, decades ago, I was on the planning board, served as the chairman of the planning board. I was on the 2013 Master Plan Steering Committee. I've been on the, served on the Historical Properties Task Force years ago that identified all the old barns and properties in town. Energy Efficiency Task Force, I served on that as well. And I served on the Police Station Building Committee back before the police station that is here now. I was on a small committee that worked for 3 years to get that approved and built. Prior to that, the police station was actually sharing an older building that was here. That was never built to be a police station. So I've got all that's just to say that I've been on boards and committees before, I know how they run. And I was reading or I was looking over some information on the library trustees position and what they need for help. And I had never really considered being in a position like that. But as I was reading through it with everything that's going on at the moment with the building, with the mold and with reconstruction, that kind of thing. I'm a civil engineer by training. As I said, I'm an environmental engineer. Part of my environmental engineering company that I had primarily focused on oil remediation, contamination, asbestos, that kind of thing. But we did have a small side business where we did mold testing and assessments and then oversaw rehabilitation. So long story short, hearing where they are at the moment, I thought, well, it's possible I have more time on my hands now. I am retired, that I could potentially lend a hand to that. So,
Thank you. Any more questions?
I just want to say I'm very impressed, Russell, with everything, I read about you, and I think you do a great job as Board of Trustees.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I would ask that, as the liaison to the library, our chair of the Library Board of Trustees is here. I did attend a meeting where they did discuss all these positions, and I'd like their input, if possible.
Sure.
I would agree with that as well.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, come on, Nancy, come.
Thank you for that, Dan. Thank you. Nancy Hendricks, 14 King John Drive, Chair of the Leach Library Board of Trustees. And thank you for having us here tonight. And thank you for hearing us on the recommendation of the individual to fill the open trustee position. We were happy and grateful that 3 really wonderful people came forward for consideration. We met last Thursday and discussed each candidate. After spirited conversation, we have agreed to recommend Miriam Malik. Miriam is out of the country and unable to be here this evening. Miriam, as you just heard, is the head of the circulation librarian at the Lucius Beebe Memorial Library in Wakefield, Massachusetts. She has daily operations experience, which will be helpful, particularly as we put our financial house back in order, and will also be helpful as we work on our upcoming budget. She also has staff management experience, which will be very helpful as we begin negotiations with the union. We are revisiting our personnel handbook, and Miriam's expertise in policy development will be helpful there as well. She has a global understanding of the overall function of a library and a deep understanding of how a library serves its community. To be fair, the other candidates brought great and different skill sets. There was no question about that. But given all of the work that we have to get done in this next year, we felt that Miriam Malik was the best fit, and we hope that you would support our recommendation. And also, I wanted to reiterate to you that we are very thankful and grateful for the support that you are lending the library. We remain committed to opening our library, reestablishing our relationship with our community, and rebuilding trust with our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying.
Yep.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go off of the recommendation of the library chair and their board of recommending Miriam Malik.
Second. So I have a motion from Ted, a second from Sean. Discussion.
I think that all the candidates are very, very qualified. But looking at the background of a lot of the trustees we already have, they're all very similar. The one that's different is Mr. Legault. Now, I have worked with him. I know he knows budgets. He knows fundraising. He has a deep compassion for this town and an understanding. And I think with his background brings a different element. Because he's run meetings, he knows how to structure things. He knows how to put together contracts. He knows all of this stuff. And I think that he brings an element to the board that's not there, something that's missing. And even though these other candidates are very, very qualified when it comes to library, but you already have all these people with a library background. And so I'm thinking he has more of a professional business sort of thing, which is a little bit different. And so I personally, my first choice would be Russ, and then my second choice would probably be Mary Ann. But that's my personal choice.
Dan, any further discussion? So we have a motion on the floor from Ted, and we have a second from Sean to nominate Miriam Malik.
Oh, Marion. I'm sorry. I thought it said Mary Ann.
Oh.
Should put my
Yep.
glasses on.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Confirm that vote again, because this is the problem we have with our administrative assistant who's trying to do the recording on this.
It was 5-0.
Okay.
I didn't vote.
I didn't
Thank you.
either because
Okay.
I didn't
Then
get
you
it
gotta
out.
say
quick
so.
enough. You
Okay.
said it too
I didn't-
quick. You
Okay.
you
Said it
told
so
you.
quick, I didn't get a chance to say anything, but that's all right.
Okay, then we'll revote.
It's okay.
It's just, I don't know.
You're not caught off guard that a vote's happening. I wouldn't pretend that. He just said 5-0.
It's not a
if you said
pretend,
no,
Sean.
Okay.
It's just,
say so.
you know what? When you get older and your mouth gets dry, you come some.
All right.
Blah, can't open it quick enough.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next three positions, we're going to interview all the applicants first because there's a couple applicants that have applied for different positions. So we'll apply them all and discuss each one separately afterwards.
Say that again?
So we have three positions to nominate.
Right.
There's people that
Oh,
have
overlap.
applied to different ones. So I'm going to invite and interview all the applicants and then we'll take each one after that. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep. So up first, we have Ariana McHugh. I said that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize.
Good evening,
Good
everyone. Ariana McCory.
Awesome.
So,
you want to say a few things about yourself and then?
Absolutely. So I'm a resident of Londonderry. I live in Lawson Farm Road, and I've been a resident of Londonderry since I was a kid. I went through the school system in Londonderry, Matthew Thornton, Londonderry, Lancer in 2010. So I went off to Boston College Law School and graduated in 2017. From then on, I have a prosecutor's background. I worked in Middlesex County in Massachusetts for several years, prosecuting just in different district courts, Lowell, Malden, Cambridge, kind of all over there. And then I was appointed to be the head of what was called our Young Adult Diversion Program in Middlesex County. And in there, what I would do is I would interview young adults that were accused of certain crimes. They were typically those under 25 years old. And prosecutors would recommend them to me to interview them and determine whether they were candidates to alternatives to prosecution in our diversion program. So I had a lot of experience working with a lot of different types of people in my capacity in Middlesex County. And then sometime in 2021, 2022-ish, I went up to prosecute in the Special Victims Unit, and I prosecuted mainly defendants accused of sexual assaults and crimes against children. I have a lot of experience with working with all different types of people, listening to people from all different types of backgrounds. I think that's probably my best skill set, is really taking into consideration what people have to say and applying them to facts and law. So right now, for the past 4 years, I have been practicing in civil litigation. My main practice is in real estate. So right now, my main practice is really property disputes and municipal land use and planning. So over the past few years or so, I've had an extensive opportunity to represent clients all over the state in front of zoning boards of adjustment, planning boards, select boards, whatever municipal matters they may bring to me at my firm. But I've developed a very good understanding of those sorts of matters. I think I'm very well qualified to take any given set of facts that may become before the zoning board of adjustment to sort of consider not only does that meet the criteria in our zoning ordinance, but really the statutes and law in New Hampshire, which is what really governs everything. So I have a lot of experience in just reviewing those types of matters from my own perspective and representing clients, and a very good grasp on the law and how to apply facts to law, and just generally in terms of the procedure that comes along with that. In terms of appeals, I've handled appeals all the way to the Supreme Court in New Hampshire for those types of matters. So I think I am pretty qualified. I'm a Londonderry girl through and through, and this is the year that I've decided that it's really my time to sort of branch out and join different committees. I've been, just this past year, I've joined various committees in the Bar Association. I've been appointed to what's called the New Hampshire Leadership Academy through the Bar Association. We do a lot of different continuing education about like leadership skills and things of that nature. And also the Women's Bar Association New Lawyers Committee, where I assist new lawyers with developing skills and getting connected with other attorneys. And with that comes with planning events and kind of coordinating things of that nature. So this is a special interest of mine. I love practicing municipal law. And yeah, I just thought that it was time to try to get more involved in Londonderry. I'm not somebody that is really town involved. If you look me up on Facebook, you'll see kind of things from my hobby and very, small. I'm not really out there in the town besides this. And I think it's time to get a little bit more involved in a capacity where I feel comfortable. So I'd welcome any questions, but that is a little bit about me.
Thank you for stepping up, first off. Appreciate that.
thank you.
Any questions?
The fact that she loves law
I know.
makes her a perfect fit, because you really need to stick to those 5 points of law. And, that's really important with the ZBA.
Yeah, you got to
especially.
remove emotion and your
no
personal
emotions.
feelings, and it makes the job much easier to confine it to the law.
And this is your first choice, right?
This is for the
perfect.
ZBA.
Awesome.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Jennifer is not here, correct?
That is correct.
And she's
Jennifer was
asked to
unable to make
be put on a future.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, up next is Kevin Kohler. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you
Kevin
for stepping
Kohler,
up.
Londonderry, Anthony Drive. I got kids coming to school age, and I'm just trying to get involved with the town. Like most of the gentlemen spoke earlier, I have a young son coming in. He's interested in skateboarding, so I'd like to just be involved in town and do what I can and be involved in my children's life and the town. But I don't know if you have any further questions, but.
Any questions?
Yeah, so it says candidate second choice. What was your first choice?
Recreation Board.
Okay.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you for stepping up. Appreciate it. Yeah. Up next is Leonardo Carria Mia. See that? Maya? Sorry for that, but thank you for stepping up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Leonardo Maia, Leo for short.
Yep.
I'm originally from Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and United States became home 10 years ago, and Londonderry became home 5 years ago. When I met my wife, we got married, and now we have beautiful 2 girls at home. So trying to find time to give back to the community. And I'm bachelor in architecture and urbanism, and construction manager. So I'm used with construction, and I like to see around and understand what are the impacts that different zoning and construction can cause to the society. So when you bring new developments or kind of installing companies or factories in place that can affect the community. So I'd like to bring this kind of perspective and try to help the community with that.
Thank you for stepping up. Any questions?
So you checked off quite a few things that you'd like to be on. What was your number one preference, or maybe 1 and 2?
No, I
No,
think
he didn't.
I did just one. Yeah.
Just one.
Yes, just zoning board. Yeah.
Okay.
You may be looking at Jennifer's. Jennifer had checked off quite a few.
I just want to make sure. Okay, there he is.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
As I'm the alternate to the ZBA.
Yeah, we have to finish the interviews first. We're not done.
Oh, I thought we are.
Okay.
I thought we have 4.
Thank you. I don't have any other
I want to
questions.
interview. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I want to interview everybody because this. So Dan, I interview everybody because there's people that want different boards. That's why. Let's see. Next up is Mona Belmont. Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mona Bemet, and I have been living in Londonderry for over 5 years now. As I'm raising my kids in this town, I've become invested in how the sort of activities that are offered in the town and what to do for my kids and my children. And I've become interested in getting involved with the town. My daughter is in 1st grade at Matthew Thornton, so I started volunteering there starting last year. And for the past 10 years, I've been volunteering on and off different capacities, whether it's through my employer or on my own. I've done with Girls Inc. mentoring program. I've done for dog adoption for many years, volunteering, as well as some cleanups around the town when I worked out of Massachusetts. And my background is in biology for my undergrad, and I got my MBA, so I've been involved in operations, marketing, project management, have been in healthcare and science field for the last 2 decades. So when I saw this posting on Facebook, I was really interested and I wanted to apply, and it was my calling. I don't know if you have any specific questions that you want me to answer.
Thank you for stepping up.
Yeah,
Any
absolutely.
questions? Go ahead, Deb.
I don't really have a question.
Okay.
So I see you put 2 down, correct?
Yeah, so this was my first choice, and
Recreation is first.
and then the hometown, I think it was
Old Home Day.
Old Home Day, sorry, was ad hoc position.
Yeah. Well, the reason I say that, listening to your background, I know that, excuse me, being on that board, I was on it for a while, and understanding how it works, you need a lot of organizational skills, which you have,
Yeah.
and marketing and promoting, and those are all, it sounded like strengths of yours.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Yep.
that's really, coordinating, and that's really what that is. I mean, setting off a huge event like that requires a lot of balancing of balls and
Yeah,
making
for
it all
sure.
come together. Yeah.
And I've in most of my jobs, I've worked with many stakeholders and kind of staying on the timeline and kind of meeting everyone's expectations and bringing everyone to consensus and being able to stay, with the goal that is the end goal of the project.
And it seems
yeah.
to me that you're not afraid to go to a business and help with fundraising.
Yeah,
and things
no, not at all.
That's necessary. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? No.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Up next, we have Michelle Galuzzo. Did I say that right? Thank you for stepping up.
Hi, Michelle Galuzzo, 2 Sadie's Way, Londonderry. It's very nice to meet you all. A little bit about myself. I have my master's degree in public administration, and for the past 15 years, I've been working in corporate security, so managing very large budgets and projects primarily, but also a lot on the operations side. I very recently took a step back from that career to stay home with my 3 young kids. I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 6-month-old. My oldest, she'll be starting kindergarten at North School in the fall, so very excited about that. My family and I, we spend a lot of time outdoors. We're very into hiking, biking, skiing. Back when I was young and fun, I did hit up some skateboard parks, so I have that going for me. I'd probably kill myself if I tried to do that now, though, but maybe my daughters. Yeah, so I welcome any opportunity, honestly, to, and especially in this phase of life, volunteer and serve the community and kind of bring my perspective as somebody who's kind of relatively new to the town. I moved here in 2019. Londonderry is my husband's hometown, if I didn't say that already. That's how I ended up here. But really just looking forward to kind of helping out in any way that I can and bringing that perspective. So
Thank you.
That's
Any
all, but-
questions? Good, Deb.
I'm the pain.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No.
So why recreation? I'm sorry, there's something going on with my voice. Why recreation?
Yeah, so I think that's just a passion of mine, like anything fitness, wellness, outdoors. My daughter's into soccer now, so we're just kind of getting into that phase of
Yeah.
life where we'll be joining sports and all of that, getting into the schools. But really anything recreation especially is a big passion of mine and my husband's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's it right now.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank
Appreciate
you.
you stepping on. Up next, Bob Corning.
Bob was not able to make it this evening.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, we already talked to Kevin. Jennifer's not here. Karen Bottenhorn? Say that right? Should
I did not hear from Karen, so maybe
Okay.
we could hold over her application till the next meeting.
Yeah, or we could just put her in the future, right? All right, so coming back to the board, we heard
So-
from the applicants.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Ariana McQuarrie to the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Okay, so I have a motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Dan. Discussion. Everyone good? All right, you good, Deb? You look like you want to say something.
No.
Okay.
no.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0.
I
Thank you
think-
for stepping up and see the clerk to get sworn in.
I just think you should say something to the other person that applied to ZBA in case he wants to reapply for something.
Thank you for stepping up and putting an application. We can keep your name on file. We appreciate it. Up next, let's discuss recreation.
Oh, this is a tough one.
There's one position, and we have 5 people that were interested.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I thought we added more positions to the rec commission. Did we?
I believe
We did. This is the position. So you added 2 positions in December. One of them was filled last month. This is the remaining empty one that you filled.
Oh.
Okay.
So with this position, the Recreation Commission will now have a full 7 members and 3 alternates.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to appoint Bob Corning. Bob's been involved a lot in recreation, especially down on the soccer fields, doing a lot of work for the town. Saved the town a lot of money down there on irrigation systems and stuff. So.
I have a motion from Dan.
You said Bob couldn't make it today?
Yeah.
That is correct. He was unable to make it this evening.
I'll second Dan's motion.
All right. Second by Deb. Discussion.
We have so many great candidates.
I know.
This is really hard.
Makes
And that's
sense.
why I brought up Old Home Day, because I felt that Michelle Galuzzo, she would be perfect for that position personally. It's up to her. It's her choice. We should ask her if she'd like that position, and I do know they need people on that committee. I don't know if you want to ask any of the other candidates if that's something they'd like to do.
Well, Deb, we have
I
we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 candidates that made it their first choice. We
I
have
know, that's what
Kevin,
I'm
Bob,
saying.
Michelle, and Mona that wanted it as their
I
first
know,
choice. So
but
and
we
can
only can pick one.
Yeah.
And they're all good.
And they're all good
candidates.
people. They're all talented. My point is, we still have openings. That's why we should ask them if they is there something else they would like to do that we have an opening for. This way we don't have to pay to put it back out there and do all that stuff.
They made choices on the sheet, if you look at the sheet.
Yeah, no, I
I'm just
did.
saying that way.
I did.
What? So we have any further discussion? Okay. So the motion is from Dan, the second from Deb, to nominate Bob Corning. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Bob, see the clerk. And
For
to all
those
the
of
other
you who did
candidates,
apply,
thank
I'd
you very
like to
much.
encourage you to stay involved and come up again. I believe we may have more positions that will be turning over at the end of the year. I'd like to see more young people step up and want to be involved in town. So please do so.
Up next, we have Beautified Londonderry. Jennifer couldn't make it tonight. Karen,
We have 2 full-time positions, correct?
Yep.
I'd make a motion that we appoint Jennifer and Karen to both of them.
Second.
Okay.
okay. I have a motion from Dan and a second from Sean to nominate both to the full-time positions. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. I need Jennifer and Karen to see the clerk, please, to get sworn in. And anybody else that wasn't chosen, please stay on the list. We really appreciate you stepping up, and we need volunteers, so thank you very much for stepping up. All right, up next. Up next, we have a public hearing. Receive public input, discuss and accept unanticipated revenue from New England HIDTA in the amount of $30,000. Mr. Chief, you're up.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm here tonight to accept funds moving forward. As you folks recall, about a year ago, we entered into a program with our federal partners to be liaisons and run a program called NIBIN. And to refresh your memory, the NIBIN program is where our officers in their off-schedule time, or days off, respond to areas within the state of New Hampshire to help trace crime guns. That money is paid through us through federal funding. So we have anticipated a revenue of $30,000 for the upcoming year. So what we need for you folks is to accept that. And for those of you that maybe recall or don't, this was the van, the trailer that you guys see out back that's towed by our officers to area police departments. This program, as you guys know, they chose us for our ability to lead in the state, to be partners with our federal agencies and local law enforcement. And it was sponsored and put into the Law Enforcement Nightstick magazine for all of New Hampshire law enforcement. So yet again, another example of your police department being leaders in law enforcement throughout New Hampshire and New England.
Excellent. Any questions for the chief?
Go for it. Take the money.
All right.
Wonderful.
Take the
I will
money and
accept the
run.
motion to open the public hearing.
So
Motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0.
4.
Anyone?
4-0.
4.
Oh, sorry, 4-0. Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Dan, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 4-0. Back to the council. What do you want to do?
It was wonderful to see the funding come in from the federal government for this again, and to be able to keep this program moving forward.
Thank you guys for doing this. This is Londonderry leads the way, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah. So, I will accept a motion to receive these funds.
Motion to approve receiving these funds. Sorry.
I have a motion from Ted,
Second.
second from Deb. Any discussion? Good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 4-0. Thank you. Up next, under new business, discussion regarding resident request for a skate park renovation, sponsored by Councilor Paul. You want to say a few words, or?
I personally believe if any resident takes the time to come and want to do a presentation and want to do something in their community, I say let them have the time to talk, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. Does anybody from
The skate park.
the skate park, does, let me see, the name on the, what was the name on it? that
It's
we
Drew.
had? Drew. Drew Uphold, do you want to speak to it? Yeah, come on up. You took the time to, so come on up. So I know you said some things in public comment, but if you want to just tell the audience here and the audience at home why you think this is important to you and why we need to address it, that would be.
Yeah, should I talk into this?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
I believe that we should have a skate park because, you know, like someone said earlier, sports isn't always something for the kids, you know, or, you know, sports are costly and they can't always afford them. So it's another really good outlet for kids to do such things. And the amount of friends you make, you know, just lifelong friends is pretty crazy. You get so much support through everybody, even if you're out in the streets skating in the city, like random people are always stoked, and it's just a very good thing. Teaches you determination. It's also accessible from the schools. Like I said earlier, I could bring my board to school and leave it in, say, the principal's office or my locker, and it was right there. I could just walk over, and I think the kids should have that. If that's taken away, like, I don't know, what would go there? Like pickleball courts, or, you know, that's, pickleball courts are cool, but the amount of, like, the age range that people use for pickleball courts is probably higher, and they're going to have to walk down that crazy hill to get to the pickleball courts. And, you know, they're probably going to roll an ankle or something, or maybe, you know, it's not the best place for, other than a skate park, I can't imagine anything being there, you know. And I think we have a lot of support from the community. It seems like that it is beneficial for the youth and adults like myself. You know, it created a career for me. I build concrete skate parks for a living, and, you know, it's definitely the best job I've ever had. Get to travel all around, you know, see the sights, and that's kind of what life's all about. Take the journey, and skateboarding has brought that journey for me and many others. And I think it's really, you know, just important in a community. And seeing all the other towns around as well, like Derry and Manchester's getting one, Nashua, you know, it shows that it is good for the community. And all the youth go there and mold them.
Any questions for Drew from the council?
I don't have any questions. I got some issues. on what I-
I'd like to hear
Sure.
from our recreation director on the inspection report that was done.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate you stepping up. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yep. Art, is Drew here too? Do you want both?
I would like both.
If-
I mean,
if
technically,
both
Doug
Art
is
and
our
Drew
new
could come up.
recreation director.
Drew, do you mind coming up too?
Doug.
No.
Oh, sorry, Drew,
Doug.
sorry. Doug, sorry. I'm looking at, my fault. Doug, you mind coming up? My fault, I'm looking at, my fault. Welcome.
Now, I've gone through the inspection report, and I have a tour with Doug at the site. There seems to be quite a bit of deficiencies, and they've labeled it as a failure from the inspection report from our insurance company. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, may I just
Oh, yeah,
kick this
please.
off from staff from the beginning of this?
Yeah.
Obviously, we have a situation that the structures have been determined to be unsafe by our insurer, Primex. We have a risk pool that does that work. You've seen a copy of that report. So I've ordered that the place be chained up so nobody can access it, so no one will get hurt. That's the issue that we have there. We have a park that has existed for quite some time there. It is not per se managed by the town. It's on town property. We are responsible for the liability insurance on that. If you look at similar structures like the playground, we have to inspect that to make sure that it's properly maintained and there are no safety issues. And we clearly have a report that indicates that we have some significant safety issues there. And You've got the cover sheet that I provided. Certainly, these folks can talk about more about that, but I've asked them to look at what the options are. The structures do need to get removed because they are unsafe. These are the type of skate parks that we had all over the place. I used to use one of these myself when I was younger, and I did get hurt a couple of times because I really didn't know what I was doing. But anyway, they were a lot of fun. And they were made of wood generally, and they had pieces of metal, in some cases, put over them. But those are pretty much all gone. And as Drew indicated, he builds the ones that are the ones that meet the standards now. And they tend, those do get inspected to make sure that they're safe. I've seen those in a number of communities. They're obviously expensive like everything else. Like playgrounds used to be rather simple, and they were rather low cost, and the playgrounds we have now are super expensive, as you probably know. Thousands and thousands of dollars, not a simple swing set like we had when we were younger, which was a long time ago. So anyway, I've asked them to assess the existing property, to give time for wherever it is that wants to use that space, whether it be a skate park, whether it be pickleball, wherever else has an interest in athletic activities that could be used at that space. I've asked them to do that assessment, work with those people to come up with a proposal to do that. We can't have a situation where we had before where people were doing things down there that we had no control over or we weren't supervising. That puts us at substantial risks, and that's a problem that cannot continue to happen there. So there has to be a plan, and of course this is going to cost money. They can tell you what the cost of these parks are. Other communities have built them. They're not cheap because the standards have changed.
Thank you. Gentlemen, go ahead. Did you have some specific questions, Ted? Or you want
No, I just wanted to add into that I've seen all these structures. They're rotting away. The wood's rotting. The metal is rusting and sharp. The screws are popping off all over the place that are becoming tripping hazards, and I'm surprised no one's gotten more hurt there already. I'm concerned with the inspection report from Primex that with the failure rating that they gave it. I don't want people to get hurt there and then it become our liability.
The problem we have, we had it inspected. Insurance company says it's a no-go. It's too dangerous. If we were to open it back up and somebody were to get hurt, and I asked the person this, well, what would happen if we opened it up and you guys have said no? She looked at me and said, well, we probably wouldn't cover you then, which means we would be putting the town at a huge liability, multi-millions of dollars possibly. I don't know. It's not anything. One of my main goals is never to put the town in a liability, and it would be. I think the kids need a skate park. I fought for it back in 1999 and 2000, but this one that we have right now, it'd be like going down the highway in a car that with bald tires and the brakes are bad and everything else, just hoping you make it down to Salem, and it's just we can't open it. I can't open it in good conscience, knowing that it's unsafe and we won't be covered. So, like the town manager's just said, it's going to have to come down. What happens after that, I don't know. If people get together and they say, well, this is what we'll do. It can't be a do-it-yourself project. It's, like we have somebody here that builds them professionally. Do you want Doug and I to go down there and build one, or do you want somebody who does it professionally? Those are costly. The Bedford put in a warrant article in the last election for a new skate park, and their tab was $800,000. I don't know where that goes. It's probably somewhere between $400,000 to $800,000. I don't know. It's a lot of money that is very difficult to come up with candy sales and bake sales. So,
Ron.
That's why we bring it to you guys, because it's going to be a big ticket item. I think it's worth it, but I have a slanted view because I think we should be doing that stuff. The only objection I have is somebody got up here and said that skateboarding is good for kids who don't like sports. but it was just an Olympic sport, so it is a sport. You know, it's not a ball sport. It's not a team sport, but it is a sport, and then I think it's a worthwhile activity. Before we had the skate park, we would have kids going down Mammoth Road
Oh, yeah.
from the town common down the hill to Max, 35 miles an hour, I don't know. We had multiple complaints from Shaw's and every other store that was up at the little mall because kids were skating there. You know, so I'd give them a place to go, but that's going to be up to you guys, and it's going to be up to the voters.
And I certainly think that we should have a park. It just seems like what we have right now is in unsafe conditions. And especially with the report and your communications from our insurance company that we would not be insured anymore and face a serious problem if we did open it back up. So I'd like for us to come to a solution at some point in time, but clearly it cannot be at this time with that park, with how it stands.
No, I think the park's it's got to be taken down. Everything in there's got to be taken down. Then we go to step 2. What's next? And if we get a group that comes together, then we'll do that. I was a little miffed that somebody said, well, somebody had spoken a few meetings ago about it shouldn't be taken for another sport, and I don't know where that came from. Doug and I we hadn't talked anything about that, what we're going to do with it. But we do need to take it down.
Dan had a question for you guys.
Now, just a question. I got a few things.
Okay.
I reviewed the report from the insurance company and all the deterioration of the ramps and structural components, the rotting material, missing fasteners, and various damage. The liability to the town and individuals that use it. That's my concern. I know that not too long ago we were looking at putting lights up on the common, and we didn't want to have just anybody do it because of liability. It's not safe, and we should remove all the unsafe structures. Last Wednesday, when I was over there doing some work, some of the out-of-town girls that had skipped school in a neighboring community were trying to gain access to it. And I'm concerned that somebody's going to gain access to it, even though we have it locked up. I'd like that we have we direct the town manager and the recreation department to take a look at the location and come back with recreational options for this area. Perhaps it's a skate park, perhaps it's something else, I don't know, but a survey of the residents that live in this community would be nice to see what they want to see the town move forward with. You said 800,000, Art. I think we'd have a hard time selling the community on $800,000. But I also look at what the gentleman did on the basketball courts. They saw a problem, and they came forward, and they addressed it with you, and they raised the money. They got people together, and now we're going to get new basketball courts. So that's what I would like to see.
So, Mr. Chair, hold on. Deb had more questions. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a couple of things. I agree with some of the stuff you said, Dan, that we should, in general, it would be great if on the rec page or at some of your events, you had like a little monkey survey or some survey. What other rec stuff would you like to see? Because that's good to have, like, moving forward for our CIPs and just expanding our town's recreation, okay? So that's that. It's hard for me to wrap my head around how long it took for somebody to step forward to say that this problem with this park, like it was going into this, like if we had taken action earlier, it probably would have been. I'm not blaming it.
Here's the problem. When you have wood, if you have a wood deck in New Hampshire, it doesn't last for 40 years because of the weather. And when they built it, they didn't use stainless steel screws. They used regular screws. So they put the metal in, and then over time, that metal rots, and you've got a hole there, and that's where the water gets in, and that's where the water we replaced the screws with stainless steel screws, and we've welded the metal plate, put a little scab underneath and welded over it. So we've done maintenance on it.
Okay.
But it's just like you've got an old car. At what point do you say, I don't want my kid driving it?
I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying, Art, and I know you are the king of frugalness and making sure things get fixed, and I do not question that you did not take care of it. That wasn't it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it should have been, in my opinion, things like this. That's why we need these kinds of plans that Mr. Mulholland's trying to put into place, and to say, okay, look, I've replaced the screws. How much longer are we going to get out of it? What's our plan moving forward? So I agree. It has to get taken down. I agree with that, and I do agree. And I do like the idea that the basketball people came forward. I personally think that Drew should make an appointment and sit with you and Doug and maybe even Trevor to give him some guidance to put his friends together to do the same thing or a similar thing, getting sponsorships from corporations to do that sort of park, to put it in there so that lessens the cost. That's just my opinion. I think you need a plan, but we do need to take it down for safety. Safety's number one.
This is step one.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's safety.
Step two is the hard one as to how to do this.
Right, but I think why we're taking it down, that those gentlemen in the audience and whoever else is out there that's an enthusiast should reach out to you guys and try to sit down and get a plan together, because they may not understand how to do that. And everybody knows how to contact me. Feel free to contact me. I would try to help you market and tell you how to reach out, and maybe even to help you figure out a way to set up some sort of nonprofit group to do this, if that's something you want to do. Because at the end of the day, this organization would have to be responsible. But
I think really where a lot of this comes down to is we set up buildings, we make recreational facilities, but we then don't go the extra mile and set up a maintenance plan for them and put aside money for these facilities so that we can either make the Band-Aids or the repairs when need be, or we then have a kitty of fun to then redo the whole project as it should be, as a safety measure that it should have been done for. But this is a failure that we've been encountering over the past 25 years, that we should have been putting money aside for these recreational facilities. And it's something that we've really been abandoning all this time. And now we're set with a problem that's going to be $800,000-$900,000.
Agreed. I
Sean,
agree.
I had a question.
More or less just a comment on the situation. I just want to thank everybody who came. It's just a great showing of support. Skating meant a lot to me when I was younger. You have those hard days with your parents or other things going on in your life, and there's nothing better than the cool night air as you're skating around somewhere just on you. So I just want to reiterate some of the points they made, because I think this is really important, and I think this is a community need that we've got to find a way to address. Having something near the school with somebody, the ability to access that, so kids after school, not everybody wants to do all the regular after-school programs there are, but here's something that's just, is self-done, that people can go out and get to, and, the whole place to belong really means something, because people always say the young people in this town don't have anything to do. And here we've got something that they can get out and do and enjoy doing, and gathers a whole community around it that we don't address, and that hasn't been addressed by some other traditional things. It's something where, and I agree with you, Art, when they said not a sport, I'm like, seeing some of the things they do out there, tell me that's not a sport. That's something else. If we don't have something like this, and I've seen this in other communities, and we used to do this when we were skating when we were young, because they didn't, in my day, we didn't have skate parks everywhere. So we were off on curb stops and everywhere else, and there'd be no skateboarding signs up here, there, and everywhere, and we move on to the next skateboarding sign. Some of the other people just ignore those skateboarding signs and run when something
But
came.
not you, though, right?
Yeah, not me. No, I was always in the approved. But it draws it into a safe place where there's people around, where there's proper lighting, where the equipment is safe. It's not just an ad hoc thing. It's not a rail down by the library, or down a giant flight of stairs. It's a safe place designed for that. And I just think it'd be a shame if we got rid of this and we didn't do anything to address that need. And it's this community we've got here. And we say we want more youth involvement. Well, we saw what draws them out. Let's give them a reason to come back. So,
And I think probably our long-term solution would be we have 5 acres of land right next to the police station between here and Pillsbury. I think using that land for recreational purposes is probably the best use of that land being in the center of town. And going forward with either a warrant article for the money to reduce, to build that park, and or, potentially having concrete companies that are in town who may want to donate time and labor to help put forth to reduce that warrant article as well. I think that would be the right use going forward.
well, in building on that, I think that if you look back a couple meetings of what the people who brought forth the basketball courts, that's a great blueprint about how to get something done and go through. Wonderful basketball courts. They did a great job on that. And I think if we don't get traction on that, we go to a warrant article too, or maybe do a combo. But it's something, there's people willing to help and try to help get this through and get a solution that works for everybody. So, yeah, I agree with you.
I'd like to echo both your comments. I think it's wonderful everybody that showed up tonight. Really, really good support for skate parks. To come here and show us you guys is important to you means a lot to me. So thank you all for coming out tonight. Means a lot to me that you guys took the time to come out. So you did your civic duty tonight. So very happy. We want to just need a direction.
I don't.
Okay.
I already told you the direction.
Yep,
that we're
okay.
going, so they'll produce a report with the options
Excellent.
to give these folks a chance to be able to do some work on that, and then we'll come back with what that'll be.
So,
The question-
all right, would you be okay if Drew got in touch with you and you guys?
Here's the question I have.
Yeah.
In theory, you all support, the kids need things to do.
Mhm.
But the question is, it's going to come down to a vote where you're going to have to vote to spend some money. And that's where the rubber hits the road, and we can have the most wonderful plan, but if you 5 don't back it, it circles the drain and goes down quickly. So it's going to cost some money. I don't know how much money it's going to cost. As far as, everybody says go out and get people to donate, but the same people are getting hit over and over and over again. And I'll say this again, probably my last time in front of the board, but I think kids should be able to recreate. People should be able to read a book. I've never picketed in my life, but I would be if you started charging $0.25 to rent a book at the library. And I think at some point, the community has to spend the money to do this right. And like Ted said, have a plan to keep things going, because we've had a lot of problems with different buildings, heat here, water there, all that stuff. And it's not a way we take care of our own homes, so we shouldn't take care of our town property that way either.
Well, and I think this council, as far as maintenance of things goes, it's definitely something that's a priority to us. It's
Yep.
not, it's not something that we want to just build these things and then let them kind of go.
I know, I get it, because you've got to, but if we're going to build a skate park and not
Gotta
tend to
maintain
it,
To me, I don't want to build it if we're not going to maintain it. I think that's
perfect,
a
that's
complete waste of time.
you said it better than I could.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
They're looking for direction. So,
No,
no, I know he's
Yeah.
he's not looking for direction. He knows what he needs to do for closing it down for the time being. Our recreation department's looking for direction. I'd like to give direction for them to come up with a plan for a potential, what would a site look like next door
A recreation
for a
complex.
whole recreation new complex.
Yep.
And not just for skate park, but other components of recreation that you can build into that. That way, the voters are not just voting for skateboarding, they're voting for other recreational pieces with that. So it's a whole new recreational park that I think the voters would be more inclined to vote for when it's not just one piece. And now, if we can put together a plan, but it's also maybe at the same time we'll have discussions with maybe some of the concrete companies that are in town to see if they would be willing to help with that design and the costs. I know it'd be a bit of a lift on you guys, but to come up with what kind of pieces could we put in that land?
It's becoming more confusing because we're looking to do a skate park.
Yep.
And now you're saying, let's do this other stuff, so the price tag goes from whatever
know.
it is to like triple that.
I know.
And
good
eat an
with
elephant one bite at a time.
That's why you need
Well,
a plan.
you need to have a
but-
plan, or at least a site, or
Yeah.
at
With
least have
phasing.
components.
I think we need to
but-
direct them with the skate park for right now. 'Cause
Right.
Yeah.
Just keep it to the skate park.
I think-
Because I was thinking maybe you could get with Drew and maybe his company would be willing to help us. I don't want to speak from, but maybe the company he works for would be willing to put help. But maybe we could just keep it simple and just maybe work together to see if we can fix the skate park area.
And to not let your comment go past, so you asked a question of, would we vote to spend money on this? And it's with everything else that comes before us. It depends on the plan. It depends on, and that's where the important part of getting people, getting it written down, because like, as you said, there's only so many people that donate, and we've got a lot of people that, when it comes to gathering donations, sometimes we see proposals come before us that don't, nobody steps forward. And when we see a clear set, just like the basketball court, that was very clear. That helps get a plan we can get behind because we know it'll work. And we've got to get something that we know will work.
And it has to be somewhat reasonable priced for the voters to vote for it. So I'd like to keep it just to a skate park for now. Get a plan for that.
I'd like to see more of a long-term plan as well, though.
That should be part of our strategic plan.
It should be in the
Should be.
I think maintenance
the
is part of
recreation.
anything we do.
Well, no, not just maintenance.
No, recreation.
I'd like to see a new recreational complex
Yeah.
and a long-term plan with that.
So this would be like a municipal / recreational complex if you
Mm-hmm.
took all the land in this area with paths and trails and it connects to the schools. So it's creating a center, really.
Right.
I'm just thinking for tonight. We
I
want them to
understand
look
for
at the
tonight.
skate
I
park.
was just
'Cause
conferring with what Ted was saying.
We're going to spend.
And that's a phasing thing.
Yeah. So
But this should be added to the strategic plan.
anything else for Doug?
I guess I have one more question.
Good.
So we did say that we're going to tear it down. When would that start and how much would that cost?
I'll be using DPW to do that, so it's when they can fit it into their schedule. But obviously, when I get it down before, as we indicated, we got people trying to get in there when they shouldn't, and someone gets hurt, we're going to be in some deep trouble.
Well, that's what I was, the sooner the better.
Yes.
Okay, and I just wanted to say to Drew,
Yeah.
please, you've got my number, my email. Just reach out. I got a couple ideas. Thank you.
Anything else for Doug or Art? Thank you.
Thank you,
And
folks.
thank you again to everybody that showed up tonight. We appreciate it. Up next, we have a presentation from the Utilities Committee on Community Aggregation Program. Mr. Wiles, been very patient. Oh, Martha, all right.
Bring in the big guns.
All right, yeah, got Martha. Thank you both for being patient.
Our pleasure. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, manager, staff. I was up here back in February to talk about the Community Choice Aggregation Program, just to give you an idea of where we were at that point in time. And since then, lots have happened, and I just wanted to brief you on that, just to bring you up to speed and talk about some of the next steps. So I'm Lynn Wiles, 46 Bartley Hill Road. I'm the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, a member of the Utilities Committee, and with me tonight is
Marcia Smith. I am chairman of the Utilities Committee at 38 Chester Drive.
So the quick story up front is we're live. We went live with the program on April 1st. And that was right on the schedule that we presented back in February. When I was here in February on the 17th, we were looking forward to launching the CCA on the Londonderry CCA website. We've done that. We did the mailings, the opt-out card mailings, they went out. That was in February, that was in March, actually. We had a public information session over at the high school on a Saturday morning. And, you know, when we closed out the opt-out period at the end of March, we had really fulfilled all of our duties or all of our regulatory requirements to go live with the program. And so that we did. Customers will see the effect on their bill, the lowered effect on their bill with their May bill coming in. The program was effective with the March, or excuse me, with an April meter read date, but that would be reflected in your May bill. So just to give you kind of a big view here of what we are looking at. So in Londonderry, the data that we received from Eversource, there were 14,080 individual meters. And this may be households, it may be small businesses. A lot of households and small businesses have multiple meters at their address. So it doesn't really correlate to customers out there, it's just the number of meters. Of the 14,000, 10,756 were eligible for this program. And that meant that they were Eversource customers for the most part. And I'll get into the data in a little bit as to what that breakdown is. There were 3,324 ineligible meters, and that really related to people who were on third-party contracts or people who were net metering power from their solar panels back into Eversource. Of the 10,756 eligible meters, we had an opt-in rate of 9,908, which is a little over 92%, and an opt-out rate of 8%, which is really comparable to what other programs like this see across the state. So I think we're right on target with our program, and the results, I think, are speaking for themselves as to eligibility and participation that we're seeing. So if we go to the next chart, you can see the numbers broken down. So there were 9,592 people automatically opted in. Under a third-party supply contract, there were 2,686 meters. You know, there were some comments about the opt-in, opt-out aspects of this program. As you can see, 848 people decided to opt out of the program, which is fine. Net metering, the net metering customers weren't eligible. There were 360 of those. And the last category, dropped rejected, were just some bad data points from the data that we received from Eversource, and so that just kind of fell out of the program at the very end. So not a lot more to say other than next steps looking forward. So we signed a 7-month contract with our power supplier, and once again, that was effective on April 1st. So we're going through October with the current rate structure that we have. Eversource should be coming out with their new rates, their new PUC-approved rates in August, and that would be for the period starting in February of 2027. So that'll give us, so the August to October timeframe gives us a little bit of a nice negotiating feature. We can really start looking at rates as soon as we know what Eversource is going to be doing for rates. We can start looking at rates on the open market for our program. And then when we get to a point where we think we have a good rate for a good period of time, we can sign it and lock it in. But I think we have a little bit of time there to react, and I think that's a great thing. Anything else to add, Martha?
No, I would just say that we're hoping that we'll definitely see reductions in the electric bills on the supply side only. And everyone out there should understand that there's a supply side, there's a distribution side. This program deals with the supply.
And you know, as we all know, what's happening in the world today, the whole energy market is in turmoil. We have no idea where this is going to be going for the rest of the year. All I can say there is, you know, we're watching it. Our third-party partner, Freedom Energy Logistics. This is their business to watch the markets like that. So, you know, the other side of the coin is Eversource has the same issues when they're setting their rates too. So, but I think the program, I know we had some comments coming back. I think most of the negative comments we received were regarding the opt-in, opt-out aspect of the program. But, you know, anecdotally, I had a lot more people thanking us for trying to save them some money than I did people complaining that they didn't have the choice to opt in or opt out. And just from my utility bill this coming month, based on what I'm expecting our usage to be at our house, we're going to be saving $25 to $30. You know, and you annualize that, and it adds up. So.
Deb, you had a question.
Mine's just really, I think you did a great job. And I think it's great that you're coming here, giving us an update. Like, I think the citizens, like, as it gets closer to when there may be a change in the rates, if people want, like, that's something we should keep them abreast of moving forward. If you two don't mind coming back, reappearing on the Ed Sullivan Show. Did I date myself?
I knew what you were talking about. So you
Dick
dated me
Cavett,
too.
I don't know, whatever. I think that's real important, you know, because people forget that they even have that because they're, you know, just busy. They don't look at their bill or it's an automatic pay. To have you guys come, like, right before, you know, there's another change, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, after the end, right before the 7th, like 6 months or whatever.
So
that
I
would be
think-
awesome. That's all. Other than that, I think it's great. Good job.
I think the next time we'll be here will be after Eversource gets their rates set by the PUC, and that'll
Okay.
give us that line in the sand as to what we can expect to have to compete against.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ron?
Just so everyone understands, the Eversource rates are locked in every 6 months. So when August they come out with their rate, that will be their rate for the next 6 months.
Right, but
from
we
when-
can't
from
control
when it goes
Eversource. We
effective.
can only, as residents, we
Right.
can only control this aggregate. So
But
to make sure that we're
that's
still
what-
getting the lowest.
That gives us the freedom to go shopping.
Yeah, no,
We don't
really,
have
I get it, Martha. Thank you.
Dan had a question.
So if somebody's got a third-party supply contract now, and they want to opt in, can they do that?
So they can certainly do that. Anybody can opt in or opt out at any time with no financial penalty, understanding that it becomes effective with the next meter read. It doesn't
Sure.
become effective the day that they make a phone call.
Right.
Yeah.
The only thing I will caution anybody with a third-party contract is understand what that contract says about canceling it early.
Right.
A lot of those contracts, you know, used car salesmen put those contracts together, right? There's charges for canceling early, and you know, you just got to really pay attention and know what you're going to be canceling from. But given that, as soon as they cancel the contract, they can opt right in.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Good.
do you know from our CCA program if we're able to convert more of the third-party people on over into the program, if they might be able to get a better rate because there's then more users in the program?
So I would think from a user's, you know, an economies of scale type question, Ted.
Right.
Probably not make that big of a difference. If
Okay,
at
just
all.
wondering if that would be more of an incentive to try and get some of this that 2,686 people who are still, or businesses
Yep.
who are still on third party to move
So-
on over.
So I think the biggest thing we can do to appeal to those people are running, like we had some articles in the Londonderry Times, just to tell people what this program is about.
Right. I
And
just
let
wasn't
them
sure if
make a
that's a
decision.
question that we can pose to them
Yeah.
if we can get more of these third-party people to move on over, it would be a better rate for everyone, not just for the people who are existing.
Yeah, and I don't know if I could give you an accurate statement at any
just
point in time
curious.
on, you know, what the economies of scale would be
Mhm.
if they made that move, but,
And then I did notice that I had received one of the notifications at my home when I'm a net metering person myself, so I was just surprised that I had received a notification about joining the plan. And I was like, that's surprising. Shouldn't they know that I'm net metered?
So they do. They do. There were a couple of instances where people were sent the wrong mailer.
Okay.
And the mailer itself required you to read it. You couldn't just look at the headline and understand what it was talking about. You had to read the entire thing.
Of course.
And it talked, and the mailer that you should have received talked about the fact that you were net metering back and you were not going to be eligible for the program. You could join the program, but it's not going to be in your best interest.
It would not, no.
financially.
And I also found it interesting from here that we have 360 solar homes in town, or properties. I think that's pretty interesting to have as a factoid.
And once again, that's based on data from Eversource. It's not based on data from the assessor's
Of
office.
course.
So we're just, but that's probably a pretty accurate number.
Any other questions? Well, I want to thank you both on the utility committee for all your hard work you've done on this. I know you guys put a lot of time into it, and I think it paid off very well for the residents. I think you're gonna be very happy when they get their bill.
Yeah, excellent.
So
And,
thank you
know,
both.
Just to plug the Utilities Committee a little bit, I think we have some very passionate people on the committee, and we're certainly involved in water and energy are the two focal points. Solid waste is becoming another focal point for the committee too, but I think we're doing some really good work with there's some very good work being done by some
Absolutely.
very passionate people.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I believe Procopia asked to be put off until further notice, correct?
They did, yes.
Okay. So up next, we have discussion and authorize the town manager to execute a memorandum of understanding for Pillsbury Realty. Ms. Karen.
So actually, I'm going to grab it
Okay.
for her. So just a few things on this. Obviously, we've had a PUD that's been in effect for quite some time, and you get, at least the planning board gets updates every year in terms of the status of that and the cost share pieces of that. And obviously, the town has continued to grow throughout the town, and those pressures in terms of traffic have mounted on different roads in the municipality, especially Pillsbury Road in particular. And of course, it would have been helpful if we had the Procopia discussion, which you folks are familiar with, and that addresses a lot of those with the developer. It was a good relationship working with the developer as well as Pillsbury Realty to come to a resolution on that, to be able to deal with those infrastructure issues that we are faced with across the entire town. So we have worked on this MOU with Pillsbury Realty to how we're going to move forward from this point. It's important that we have good baseline data, and that's an area that we have some degree of weakness in our town. We talked about that. That's one of the reasons we had the warrant article before the vote is the transportation that will allow us to get some traffic counting devices and get some real-time data and permanent data and year-over-year data, which we don't have. We have presently 4 devices, and 2 of them haven't worked in years, and the other 2 we can't collect the data out of them. So that's not real helpful. So in terms of this, this is a framework to be able to allow us to start moving forward with what needs to be done, in particular with Pillsbury Road. And we had talked, I worked with Kevin, as well as our engineers, on doing a corridor study of what I refer to as Pillsbury Road East, from the intersection of Route 128 of Mammoth Road all the way to the Derry line. That stretch of road, that corridor of that roadway, all the way to the Derry line, and all the intersections that are involved with that are impacted by the traffic that is resulted in from the growth that's occurred in this community, some of which is Woodmont, but not all of it. Because I drive through every day, and I'm one of those new people who moved here months ago, and I'm one of those people adding to that traffic problem, and that's a development that occurred over on Gilcrest Road. So we worked on this proposal to put this together, and you saw pieces of that with the Procopia agreement in terms of the cost share on that, but it has to be proportional. It has to be directly related to the impacts caused by the particular development. We have to be able to articulate that. We have to have numbers to be able to do that. You cannot charge them for things that they have not done. It's only the impact that they actually create. So we met with Kevin and his engineer as well as our engineers, and we have a proposal that we're working on through HTA that will do that corridor study. I don't have a price on that yet. They're still writing up the scope on that. And the plan is that will move forward. That will also be in our CIP. There'll be 3 corridor studies that I'm proposing. Litchfield Road, as well as Auburn Road. And in the case of Auburn Road, I expect the developer to pay the costs for that one as well, and that's that large PUD that's being proposed up in that area of the town on the Auburn line. And also the installation of permanent speed and traffic counting devices so that we'll, again, have that data that I spoke about earlier that we don't presently have. We should be making decisions based upon data, not on guesswork or old studies in many cases. So we had a study from 2013 that was done in terms of the planning board approval for the PUD, and then it was refreshed in 2016. So we need to take the data from both of those, find out what was projected and what the actual traffic is out there, and how much, to the extent that we can, how much of that actually comes from Woodmont, how much of it actually comes from other sources. We have certain intersections that we know, based upon the VHB study that was done that Procopia paid for, that are at level F, level of service F. It goes A through F. F is the lowest level of service. That means the intersection is not adequately handling the traffic flow that's coming through it. Certain times of the day, certain days of the week. Not every time, not all the time. It's probably crickets out there right now. But in the morning, and in particular the evening, actually, certain legs of those intersections are not performing at an adequate level because they can't handle the traffic volume coming through there.
You mean F is not for fantastic?
Say again?
F's not for fantastic?
I missed it again.
I said F is not for fantastic.
No, it's not for fantastic. Yeah, and it's not for fun if you're in a traffic queue waiting to get through.
Fun,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's, and of course that will get worse over time if we don't do something about it. Woodmont has been working with us on this. They recognize this issue and how we're going to move forward. So the first step is going to be the corridor study. And then that corridor study will also provide us with conceptual plans at the different intersections and stretches of roadway as to what our options are, whether it be a signalized intersection, roundabout, or some other solution to those problems, to be able to deal with those various intersections along that way. Exit 4A, I think, will also contribute to that. People used to follow the main roads in the old days as they are. Now GPS tells them where to go, and depending upon the time of day and day of week, it's going to tell them to go a different route. And a lot of times that's back roads, cut-through roads. And there's more development, as we know, that's planned in Woodmont. So I view this as a partnership with Woodmont to be able to develop this framework. And then as each project comes online, when I say online, when they submit a site plan application, we'll be assessing the cost of that, the infrastructure needs on a application-by-application basis. But working with Woodmont will at least come up with a framework and what the plan is for that corridor. That's what I'm talking about here today. That's what this framework does. Councilor Paul asked some really good questions today, and I provided a lot of feedback to that. I was well done in terms of the questions that were asked. And again, I provided a lot of feedback on that. So,
Any other questions from the council?
Well, I have
Go ahead, go ahead.
my little thing here.
Please, Deborah.
So I get a little nervous doing this, believe it or not. But
I don't believe
I
it.
think this is
You're
it's
not
true.
nervous, no.
It's true. Well, you know what? I have dyslexia and I have anxiety, and then it all comes to a when I'm here. That's why I have my worry rock. So I read this, and I think it's a fantastic first step. The step that we've been missing for a very, very long time. And applause to Kelly and Mr. Mulholland for their work and effort, and even Kevin for helping out for putting this together. Just a few of the things that I had brought up to Mr. Mulholland that caught me when I read this document was appropriate cost share. That's really vague. So as we move forward, we need to have a clearer formula for who pays for what and what is the percentage. Appropriate can mean anything, and that puts taxpayers at risk, because is it going to be, do we have to fully do it, or we're going to take 90%, they take 5%? So it's very important to have the language nailed down, and we need to, before things are signed, we need more numbers, as Mr. Mulholland said, not general language. And I know that will come as we move forward in this process. The other thing was that developers get a veto power over the consultants. That kind of bothered me a little bit. The MOU gives the developer the right to approve or reject vendors. That slows us down and puts the town in a weaker position when negotiating. If we're paying and managing the work, we should also have a little bit of control in that process. If we say we want this person, there should be a little bit more negotiating there when it comes to vendors. Also, and it's not long, the timelines and triggers. There are no deadlines for improvements, no connections to building permits, occupancies, or project phases. Without timelines and improvements, we can expect delays to be indefinite while the development is continuing. In other words, oh yeah, we're going to put that in, but we don't know when we're going to put it in. It could be 10 years from now. There needs to be more rigid timelines to hold people to what they said they're going to do. Also, no financial protection for the town. There's no escrow accounts, no performance bonds, no guarantees if the developer sells, passes, or walks away. Taxpayers could end up covering the gap, which is also an issue that needs to be addressed. There were no requirements that the improvements happen before, there are no requirements that improvements happen before more development. So in other words, the MOU doesn't tie, like we were just talking, intersection upgrades to future approvals. So we need more improvements before the additional traffic happens. So it's being proactive as opposed to reactive, citing that, yes, this is where this stands, and it's not all them, like Mr. Mulholland said, but we can't do it after the fact. We should be doing it before they're allowed to build more. Long-term maintenance falls entirely on the town. Mr. Mulholland straightened that out, so that's not an issue. I was a little confused in the wording. Sub-developers aren't clearly addressed in this document. Woodmont has multiple builders. The MOU doesn't explain how much each one contributes to their fair share. So we don't know how that, and if they change hands, how that works. We need a system that tracks and changes with each sub-developer fairly. So as it progresses down the road, we need to have the plan. So again, they're not huge things, they're just little things. But I think kudos to the three parties working together to move something finally in writing that is of a town benefit, that is really detailed and explicit to what we want to do. And I think by doing these sort of things, it's beneficial to the builder, it's beneficial to the residents, it's beneficial to our quality of life, it's beneficial to the taxpayer, it's beneficial to our environment here, our resources. So, yay, that's it.
Excellent.
Done.
I will say, Deb, a lot of your points are addressed in the site plan. That's why they're not in the MOU. I think Sean did respond to each one of those points.
Well, it's a different, I have that here too.
Okay.
Sorry. I get.
That's right.
Yeah, just to sum that up, the place for that is in the site plan when these get developed. It's not in the MOU. That's
Well,
why it's not in here.
Well, the problem with that, Sean, is, and I'm not saying you're wrong or right, it's just an opinion. And in my opinion, the more detailed you are, and in the more places you have, which is expected of someone, the easier things flow, the quicker it flows, and the quicker it flows, and the quicker the people know the same page, that's great. The problem with it just being in the site plan is you get a new board all the time. You get different perspectives. You don't have the history all the time, so you don't know. So if it's written in a document in various places, there's no confusion on the board as to what the intent was and what it is to be moving forward.
So there's been rulings on this, most recently a Supreme Court ruling where we cannot put stuff like that in an MOU. That has to go.
I'd like to see that, Sean. I have not seen it. If you could send it to me.
Okay.
If I could just help out with that, that's why we have site plan regs and subdivision regs, and it's the planning board that implements those.
Right.
And the planning board did that in the Procopia development, and the condition was they had to, the MOU, not the MOU, but the agreement with the town, development agreement. So that's the mechanism by which you do that. You, as the council, cannot do what's called exactions. Those sorts of things are, the only people who can do that are the planning board. That's why that process is there. And just a couple of the other things, too, is that we're talking about Woodmont paying for the cost of this corridor study. So they should get a say on who we're going to choose to do that. And there's a process out of the planning board statute right now that if we choose a contractor to do something, a consultant, they can object to that. And there's a whole process. They put that in statute. So those are discussions that would occur anyway.
I'd like to hope so, but sometimes things like that I see don't necessarily happen. And that's nobody's fault. It's just that there's a lot to know and a lot to understand. And like I said, you have personnel turning over, planning board turning over, the more places you can refer to, the actual process is great. And I'm not faulting Woodmont. I'm glad that they're moving forward and stepping up. That's applauded. I just think that, like, one of the changes for the PUD is to add that everybody get a development agreement. As you know, we've been giving it to some, not the others. What's in those agreements? There's a whole lot of different things that happen. And so you have to really, really follow the line and think about tying up all the loopholes and loose ends. And I know everybody says the more restrictive you are, the more chances are you are going to get sued. But when I looked at, I think it was 7 other towns, I read their PUDs and I compared them to our PUDs. And they've had them in place, they've implemented it, and none of them were sued. So their language being tight was fine. They moved their PUDs, and these PUDs were successful. I actually went to Google and, like, I didn't drive out to all of them, just so you know, but I did look at them, and they were pretty amazing. So that's all.
I will say, I think limiting or restricting what they're able to build without fixing this one intersection, I think would be overstepping our bounds.
Why? If it's going to affect it and it costs something.
But if they're working on improving this item, but yet you're going to be limiting what the other items are doing, and
So
as
they
well,
finish it, yeah, because what holds them to finish it?
I think that
I think you have to.
I think we would be messing into a sticky legal battle potentially.
Well, I can just say it's happened in other towns. There's not been sticky wheel things. And the problem is when you're loosey-goosey and you allow things, and we're not here as counselors to work for the developers and make sure
I'm
that
not
they have a
saying we
nice,
are.
easy time. We're here to do what's right for the taxpayers. And a lot of times, not Woodmont, but in other developments all through town, the town has been responsible for the traffic and the off-site improvements that really weren't done. And I don't want to mention development projects that have happened, because that would be bad, that really little to nothing was done, and we had to do it all, as the taxpayers had to foot the bill. I don't see anything wrong with holding developers respectfully to the fire to do what they're going to do on their fair share, not the whole thing. We know that, everybody uses the roads. It's not just them, but what they've added to it, they should be taking care of and fixing it up. That's all.
Sean, you
We just have
I just had a
different
question
opinions.
on the PUDs, Deb. Which towns did you like the PUDs that were working?
I looked at Dover, Newmarket. God, now you threw me off. Hold on. It was in the package I sent you. Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
All right, then you know the
I didn't
towns.
receive this,
I
but
didn't memorize it.
I did not receive this. Didn't
It's
receive
in your
anything on it.
package with your for tonight. It's in the package. I
Let me get
sent
this.
it out. It was put in the package. It's at the very last end. It comes in with the PUD stuff with Greg Carson's. He had like 2 or 3 pages of suggestions as well for consideration.
Yeah, we're discussing the PUD later, so just
Yeah.
we'll stick on the MOU.
No,
For now,
I was
can we stick
answering
on
his
the-
question.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to ask because
Yep.
it was
So-
brought up.
Bedford, Merrimack, Dover was one of them, well, 3 of them. And then there was Newmarket and Lebanon. Lebanon had a great one.
Any further discussion on the MOU?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to thank our town manager, Mr. Mulholland, and all the work that he's put in this and his staff. I want to thank Kevin, for working with the town. For years, we've heard a lot of negative stuff about Woodmont impacting this, impacting that. It's nice to see, Pillsbury Realty come to work with the town, try to address these traffic issues. It's easy to sit up here and say, yeah, we got to address traffic, but this is one way of looking at it. I've been involved with the working group, with traffic working group, and I think this is really going to help us, and I just want to say thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Mahal. I think this is a great idea. Good way to move forward. Things change from day one when they first proposed that, and, you know, we need to make changes as we move along.
Yep.
Anything else? Anything else? Good.
No, do
All
we
right.
make a motion to do this, or?
Yep, if you want.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorize the town manager to execute the memorandum of understanding Pillsbury Realty Development.
I have a motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Ted. Any further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Up next, discuss and approve expenditure from the Police Equipment and Technology Capital Reserve Fund. Chief, you're up once again.
All right.
Thanks for being patient.
Happy to be here. So, I'm here for money. I don't
Which is
often-
rare for you, so.
It is rare for me. don't
I will
often
give you
get to
that.
Ask you folks for stuff. Back on the, I believe it was the March 30th council meeting, the town manager had brought to your attention that we were looking to expend some money from the Police Technology Capital Reserve Fund in the amount of $53,504.69. This is to replace an outdated Faro system machine. It's a 3D image machine. One of the questions was asked by, I believe, Councilor Paul, how old was the former system and what money do we have in the account, is what I recall. So the machine was 14 years old-ish. The software's been outdated, so it's at near life, end of life. So rather than waiting to have that thing completely be useless, we moved forward with the new updated Faro. This one here, again, I'll give you some rundown on it. This is for scenes such as fatal motor vehicle accidents, homicides, suicides, crime scenes, etc. We use it for mapping buildings, town halls, schools, libraries, and so on. It also provides us the ability for better presentations in courtrooms. It's improvement for recognition on crashes. Back in the day when we all were young patrol officers, we would hold one end of a measuring tape, go to a fixed object and yell the measurement out. We would take Polaroids and then sketch it out on paper. As you recall, Dan, with the Blue Blitz, using that little tool to get the police sketches done. This machine here, we set it up, and it scans everything, gives us exact measurements of everything in the scene. It's obviously it's more professional. It's timely. We have a program also that integrates with our drones capability to aerial mapping, etc. So this is a much-needed tool for the police department. And again, we're looking to replace the old one. And again, we're asking for approval out of this account of $53,504.69. The question again was, how much do we have in that account? We have $84,247.10.
Any questions for the chief?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How is that account funded?
We had this appropriated, I believe it was last year through the budget process.
Warrant.
It's a warrant article?
Yeah.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
And you already have the money to maintain this unit?
Correct. What we also pulled out of there was the portable radios that I don't remember what month it was, but several months back, we came to you folks for 5 portable radios.
Okay.
So after this, we'll have roughly 31,000 left in it.
Is there a lot of maintenance to this machine?
Other than software and training, that's about it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Do
So we a
you have
group
to
of-
certify it for anything? or-
Yep. And then we have the officers who are trained in it specialize in that training with it. So all that comes with updated software, additional training, etc.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I
for the
do.
chief? Okay. Did.
So more of a accommodation. You've gotten $20,959 in discounts from the company for all of this. How did you go about doing so?
The people that apply for these things, the guys in charge of the programs, They're the ones, the networking, the relationship building aspect. And I also believe as a salesperson, they look to close a deal. So they have to do what it takes at times, I'm assuming. So we're very fortunate to get a break on that.
Thank you to your guys for working them down on their pricing where they could and
Absolutely.
saving the town almost $21,000. So it's huge.
Thank you, Ted.
Any other questions for the chief?
You guys need a copy of what the breakdown of that machine is, like what it does and all that?
Oh, you can email it to all of us. Oh, you've got it printed. Look at you being all, you get a star in your forehead.
No, he doesn't.
I don't get them off.
No paper.
So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves Order 2026-08 and directs the trustee of the trust funds to disperse $53,504.69 from the Police Equipment and Technology Capital Reserve Fund for the aforementioned items.
Have a motion from Sean.
Second.
I heard Dan first. Second from Dan. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Up next, discuss and approve a withdrawal of $33,870.76 from the Cable Equipment Reserve Fund. Is Drew going to do this, or you?
No, Drew's at a conference. So I'll do it in, if Erin, she's in that back room, might jump in if we need to, depending how many questions there are. So this was a longer-term plan to replace the equipment. We talked about many times in here tonight about replacing things that need to be replaced, and that's the equipment for our video and audio equipment and live stream, particularly in this room, and cameras in this room, so we can provide better quality, because some of the quality is not the best. And that's what it's for. It's paid for the Capital Reserve Fund from the cable equipment, which is funded by franchise fee money. So,
Any questions? Questions?
Were you not able to get as good discount on products as the police chief was?
Wow.
I don't know, because I don't know what sort of discounts they provide for those sorts of things. I don't know.
So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves Order 2026-09 and directs the trustees of the trust funds to disperse $33,872.76 from the Cable Equipment Capital Reserve Fund for the necessary control room upgrades.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Up next, receive a quarterly budget status update. Mr. Campbell, thank you for being patient with us.
Absolutely. How is everybody doing tonight?
Good.
All right. So I provided you guys with the normal format that I give to you regarding the quarterly updates and what we've done. So you can look through and see that at this point of the year, we're about 69.13% of the budget is spent when we should be at 75.07.
Oh, that's good.
So through this portion, you have a combined expenditures. If you were to take out several items of, sorry, hold on a second. I skipped ahead to the debt service. So debt service is currently at 83%, which this is one of the ones where they are scheduled payments. So even though it's ahead of schedule, we know that we don't have a random debt service payment coming up, and it's on track. Capital outlay and transfers, those are pretty much done throughout the year. If you were to look, you'll see that we have 641 under expended. That's the rail trail warrant article that is going to be taking process over the next year or so. You also will see that we're well over in capital other. That's because of the warrant article for the water from last year. So it's carried forward, so it doesn't actually impact the budget, because the budget is appropriated from last year and carries forward, but the expense occurred in this year, so you'll see the expense there. Revenues were trending above. We're at 80.67%. If you were to take away the one-time payments that we know are coming, whether at year end or at a certain time, that number jumps up to 84.36%. And then I have our other funds where you can see the revenues and expenditures and how they are doing at this point. So that's a high-level overview. I can continue further in detail or answer any questions that you may have.
Think
So-
you want, we'll answer at the end. We'll do that, or?
What's
Is he? I think he is done, right?
Oh, he's done?
That covers everything,
Okay, all right.
high-level
Yeah.
overview.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please go.
So, Justin, I guess one critique I have for you is under the revenue area.
Make it bigger?
Well, font slightly bigger, maybe, yes.
No, the dollar amount
Well,
bigger.
hey, I mean, he's doing pretty decent. I guess flipping around the over-under, instead of putting the over in brackets, put the under in brackets. Because usually if you're negative on a number, that's usually in brackets.
Yep, I can do that
That's
for
how
you.
I'm used to seeing it, and at least in financial reports usually.
Yep.
But it's nice to see that our interest and costs on late property taxes is quite high.
I'll be honest, that's one I'd like to see a little bit lower because that means people are paying on time.
Well, I guess there's that. But we're collecting more money if they're
Yep.
paying late, right? Zoning review. What goes into that number for revenues?
So that would be your zoning plans. Give me 1 second.
ZBA applications, the fees associated with that,
Mhm.
typically, for the most part.
So right now we're making 15 grand over what we had budgeted for.
Yeah, which tracks, I believe, with the projection, or over, I should say, because if you recall, we updated our fee schedule
Okay.
for the land use fees, and that's the primary factor to that.
Okay, that's good to know. I guess maybe back to you, Kelly. Other departments that you're seeing right now from the fee schedule that you're seeing an increase in revenues than what we were projected for. Are you seeing that with what you were hoping it to be?
Based on Justin's report, I'd say it's on track, if not ahead, so.
Wonderful.
So if you look at building permits, we're expecting that to pick up as building season kind of continues, and those were one of the other ones that the fees were increased on. And if you look, you'll see that the revenue during the budget process for building permits was $550,000.
Yep.
At tax rate setting time, we increased that to $1,250,000. So a significant increase, and while it's slightly below, most of those usually come in the fall and spring when it's easier to build.
Gotcha. Yeah, right now we're under by 450,000, so.
Right. But I
should
would
see it
expect them,
catch up.
and you have to keep in mind, this does not include April, this is only through March.
True. Yeah, most people are doing a lot of work in the springtime.
Right.
Any other questions for Justin?
Do we have a ballpark projection of what UFB is going to look like?
It's one of my favorite questions I get asked, because I like to emphasize, asterisk, highlight, we're a 24/7 operation. You know, we could have a really healthy number right now, and then I always go with the super extreme of a serial arsonist. So both police and fire's OT is shot at the end of June. That being said, with that asterisk on there, and depending on what, you know, we've talked about maintenance, or you've talked about maintenance this year, and what we want to do with some of the lingering items out there, I would say we're looking between 200 and 500,000. And that depends again on the projects as well as any unforeseen that may happen. I say it in jest, but we literally had to deal with a plane falling out of the sky one year.
That's on the appropriation side.
That was only a year ago. I mean,
So-
come on now.
Just so we're clear, UFB is a combination of what's left over for surplus.
That is, yeah, that does not include the revenues. That is only a projection.
Excess revenues, that goes to UFB, so that's, yeah, just a different number. The items that we don't know about, of course, is the HVAC units at the library. We're going to find out what the story is with that. They're working on getting those. That's an unknown number we have right now. And then, yeah, that's the biggest one that we're waiting on.
So, Justin, are you expecting to close up that gap on the over-under on revenues? Because right now we're under by 4 million.
So that's for the entire budget.
Yeah.
If you were to look, we're at 80.67% of collected when we should be at 75%. So we're above where we should be at this point.
Okay.
And that's also
That's kind of hard to
calculating in
equate for
the-
some people to look at it that way.
What?
It's kind of hard to equate to look at it that way when,
So we still have 25% of the year,
yeah.
and we need to collect less than 25% of the revenue.
What would that attribute to, that we're ahead? You say the biggest factors?
So one of the biggest factors there would be the interest. The motor vehicle permits is trending 4% above.
Really?
Interest revenue, I believe, is also trending above. And then you also have some of the one-time receiving items, such as meals and rooms, which is 2.7 million that we received in December. So that going at the percentage aspect, that calculates for everything into it.
Okay, so that rooms and meals was more than expected too as well. Okay.
Yep. So when it comes to the tax rate setting time, when it comes to budget season or budget revenue season, what we do is we budget what we received last year. And then when the tax rate setting time comes, we'll increase it to what the state provides us. That's happened every year with one exception, or COVID, where we weren't sure where meals and rooms was going to be. So in order to kind of give the taxpayers a better way, we decreased what it was from the previous year for the budget, and then it actually came in higher, which was a nice little added benefit at that point, because it lowered the tax rate during the tax rate season or during the tax rate setting time, and the voters, when they went into March election, saw a higher tax rate than what they would have had we estimated higher.
And so this is Q3, but Q4 will be ending the end of June for us. So you're expecting to close up this $4 million gap by the end of June on revenues? Or more?
Taking away the use of fund balance, I would say we are likely going to be higher than what we have budgeted. This doesn't include the use of fund balance. So when we use fund balance, that goes in as a budget revenue, but we don't actually have the revenue to offset it because we're using the fund balance to cancel it out. You take that away, as in just the revenues we know we're going to be receiving.
Yeah.
I would estimate that we are going to be above unless something significant happens.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? You good, Ted?
Yeah, I'm good.
John?
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Up next, we have old business, continuing discussion on the PUD. Ms. Karen, did you want to start us off, or was it? or you
Just
wanna-
to note that I did make the update per your consensus from the last meeting, which was section 526C about ownership and requiring all PUDs to have a development agreement. So that's reflected in this most recent draft. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Deb, did you want to start us off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a little
Yeah, no, it's fine.
thing. Thank you.
I didn't know if
Ron.
Kelly had anything to say, so I wanted to ask her first, so, but yeah, please, go.
No problem. No problem. Basically, this is over the past several years, Londonderry's PUD ordinance has produced developments that do not resemble the true planned unit development. Instead of balance of mixed-use neighborhoods with commercial and civic and residential components, we've seen large residential projects with minimal benefit minimal public benefit and long-term service burdens on the taxpayers. At this point, the ordinance is no longer functioning as a planning tool. It has become a loophole for developers. It should be paused while we work on improving it if the improvements are going to take a longer time than a month or two. Because when an ordinance stops protecting its community, it must be fixed. And that's what we need to do. We need to take this is an important document. We need to take the time, bite by bite, and digest what is being said and look at what is in the best interest of our community and our town.
That's why this review is structured section by section. A PUD ordinance is only as strong as its definitions, requirements, and enforcement mechanisms. If even one section is vague or optional, the entire ordinance becomes vulnerable. This process defines weaknesses, compares our standards to successful PUDs found in other New Hampshire towns, and recommends clear, enforceable improvements. Every change I am proposing serves one purpose and one purpose only: to restore the original intent of a PUD and protect the taxpayers, the infrastructure in our town, and the long-term vision of what this community means. It's been said that I am against building. That is not true. If you're not building and growing, your town is dying. And that is not what Londonderry is doing. But there is something to be said about fast, rapid, large growth. It becomes unsustainable when your infrastructure is falling apart and you need water and you need to think of your services, fire, police. These things are all important and all need to be thought about. Growth is wonderful and can create a marvelous community with all kinds of recreational everything that you could possibly imagine, when it's done smart and done in a way that is systematic, written, and brought forth. So that is my little intro. I don't know, starting at the bottom of page 5, section 5.2.6b, tract size. The town says it allows parcels separated by roads, utility corridors, or waterways to count as contiguous unless the planning board decides otherwise. My suggestion for best practices is the minimum tract size for a planned unit development shall be 100 acres of contiguous developable land. Parcels separated by major roads, utilities, corridors, rail lines, or other significant barriers shall not be considered as contiguous unless the applicant demonstrates through specific independent traffic study, safety, and infrastructure analysis selected by the town and funded by the applicant that the parcels function as a single unified development without creating adverse impact to traffic, circulation, emergency response, or municipal services. Wetlands, steep slopes, and protected natural resources shall not be counted towards the minimum acreage requirement. Why this matters? This closes the patchwork PUD loophole that aligns with Bedford, Merrimack, and Dover's best practices. This is merely a suggestion. If you want, I can just keep going, or we can stop. How would you like to do this, Mr. Chair?
I think if you want to present your whole case, then we can talk about it.
Okay.
After you finish.
Section 5.2.6D, utilities. The town draft summary requires PUDs to be served by public water, sewer, and says service must be reasonable and consistent with sewer facilities master plan. The suggested rewrite: all PUDs shall be serviced by public water and public sewer systems. Sewer and water capacity shall be verified through independent engineering analysis selected by the town and funded by the applicant. Services shall comply with the town's sewer facility master plan, and no PUD shall be approved unless adequate capacity exists or the applicant funds all the improvements necessary to achieve the compliance for adequacy. So basically, why this is important, it removes vague language, prevents approvals without infrastructure, and ensures capacity is verified independently and built before the occupancy. Section 5.2.7, permitted uses. A planned use development shall include a balance of mixed residential, commercial, and civic use to ensure economic sustainability and align with the town's master plan. The following minimum use requirements shall apply. Number one, the commercial component. A minimum of 30% of the total floor area shall consist of commercial use that is generating employment, services, or taxes, or tax revenues. Storage only on low packs shall not satisfy this requirement. Number two, civic community space. A minimum of 10% of total floor area shall be dedicated to civic or community unless accessibility to the public, with accessibility to the public. Number three, residential cap. Residential use shall not exceed 60% of the total floor area with the PUD. Number four, mixed use integration. Use must be designed as integrated, walkable environment with coordinated circulation and shared infrastructure. Number five, master plan consistency. All permitted uses shall demonstrate clear consistency with the town's master plan. Section 5.2.8A, parking and loading. The town's summary draft requires parking to generally comply with site plan regulations, but allows planning board to approve shared parking or reduce ratios with parking analysis. The rewrite. Off-street parking and loading shall comply with the town's site plan regulations unless modified through the PUD plan approval. Any requests for shared parking, reduced parking ratios, or alternate parking arrangements shall be supported by an independent parking analysis. Basically, this matters because under parking protection, neighborhoods are insured and reduce our base independent data, not from the developer. We just seen this on Hardy Road, and I know it's not a PUD, but one of those 7 new houses that they built had a party, and they didn't have any parking, and they were parked in the street, and it was causing major problems going down the road. Section 5.2.8B, building height. The town drafts limits building height to 50 feet unless planning board authorizes more than that for the airport overlay compliance. The rewrite basically says it limits not to exceed 50 feet unless approved, and that the houses next to it are relative. So in other words, you can't have a hotel with a little tiny house being built next to it. And that's basically what what the suggested change is saying, that all structures shall comply with FAA requirements and that they shall be consistent with and compatible with the surrounding development. Why this is important? It ensures height increases are tied to safety, compatibility, and emergency access, not simply a developer's preference. Section 5.2.8C, residential density. Sorry, my mouth is very dry. The draft sets a baseline density of 6 units per acre and allows density bonuses based on community benefits, and I put that in quotes. It does not require infrastructure capacity analysis, nor does it tie density to commercial or civic delivery. The rewrite. Residential density within a PUD shall be directly tied to capacity of existing and planned infrastructure. including roads, schools, utilities, and public safety services. Baseline residential shall not exceed 6 dwelling units per gross acre. Density bonuses may be granted only when infrastructure capacity, independent third-party analysis by the town and funded by the developer, commercial, it goes on and on and on. And why this one matters is that it ensures that density is based on actual independent verified structural capacity. It prevents overloading of schools and public safety services and eliminates loopholes that previously allowed density increases without corresponding commercial development or mitigation. This section was added by me because I saw it in another town and I thought it was very important. This would be added to section 5.2.8D, compliance with other regulations. States that PUDs must comply with all other applicable regulations unless modified through the PUD process. This section is mostly does not contain loopholes. So the rewrite for this basically is, and why it matters, I'm going to skip right to the why it matters, or we'll be here to midnight. So why this one matters is this prevents the PUD process from being used to bypass core regulations and ensures any flexibility is justified with objective evidence, not subjective claims. This is another section, is open space, 5.2.8E, the town draft. Requires open space but allows flexibility in what counts. That does not require permitted protection, does not prohibit counting wetlands or unusable lands as total open space. Basically why this change matters, and you can read these if you want, it matters because it prevents loopholes from counting unusable land as their open space. This ensures that we get usable open space for the people who live there, and the civic activities to participate in will happen. This is something that New London, Lebanon, and Keene have in their PUD. I added this as well, environmental protection easements. And basically, this is a very long one, and why this matters is it eliminates all the loopholes that allow COD buffers reductions and ensures environmental impacts are independently verified and protected. Londonderry's water resource and natural systems are very, very, very important to our community and to our existence. The next one is 5.2.8, circulation transportation. Why I made some changes here, again, I'll just summarize because it's very long. These changes that I made would ensure traffic impacts are independently verified, prevents cut-through traffic, requires mitigation before occupancy, and protects emergency response times. Please keep in mind these changes do not affect the 3 PUDs that we have in place right now. These changes are for anything new coming in to our town. Section 5.2.8H, agricultural and site designs. Again, I really feel bad reading all of these, and it's boring to you people, I'm sure. Why these changes that I've suggested are important is it creates an enforceable design standards, prevents inconsistency or low quality development. It ensures that the PUD delivers a comprehensive, walkable, and attractive built out environment, which is something that Londonderry should hold dear for its standards. This also is another added section, phasing. And why the changes I've made and added to this are important is it prevents developers from building all of the housing first. It ensures that commercial and civics uses are actually materialized and generates infrastructure is in place before residents are ready to move in. This again protects us so that developers will not just come in, build all the residential, and then we don't get everything else that was planned. This is another section that I added. This one here is 5.2.8J, Public Amenities and Community Benefits. This one, the rewrite is public amenities and community benefits provided as a part of the PUD shall be clearly defined, measurable, and the impacts should be held to a following standard. And then I go through the definition of eligibility and whatever. But why this one matters is it prevents vague and low-value benefits. This ensures benefits are real and deliverable early, and it ties density bonuses to verified, measurable public value. The next one is also added. This one is stormwater management. The changes that I've made, which is almost a page long, helps prevent flooding, protects water quality, ensures independent verification, and requires stormwater systems be built before residents move in. This is also added. 5.2.8L, utility and infrastructure. Oh my goodness. Again, this provides that. This one here is landscaping and buffers. This one here had a lot of changes. I added it. Perimeters, minimum of 50-foot landscape buffers shall be provided along the perimeter of a PUD where it abuts existing residential neighborhoods, which is what we have already. Then I added some more, another section, which was lighting and signage. Lighting and signage within a PUD shall be designed to ensure safety, minimize glaze, create a cohesive look of visual for the environment. The following standards should be applied: dark sky compliance, which we already have in our ordinances, but this puts it all in one spot to put it into their master plan. The next section is also added, which is public safety and emergency services. Rewrote the whole thing. That one speaks for itself. This basically is to make sure that all the new residents that we would be obtaining would be protected, and that the cost of that protection would not fall on the taxpayer. The fiscal impact and municipal services, which is something else that I had added. Also went on to add something, another section, which is the town has, which is 5.2.9, restrictions and easements. Right now, the town does not require enforceable standards, does not require the town to improve of legal documents, that does not require maintenance of funding of mechanisms, does not require consistency with the PUD master plan, does not require obligations run with the land. It leaves us loose and weak and unenforceable documents. I rewrote it, and why this matters is it gives us insurance on long-term enforceability. It prevents maintenance, and it protects the town from inheriting private obligations and guarantees that all commitments made during approval remain binding on the future owners. So we've had developments that went in a long time ago, and they were supposed to take care of the roads, and then they went through different people, and the next thing you know, we have the roads, and we have the maintenance, and we have the cost. So to prevent those things from happening in the future, it is very important to have these things nailed down. Section 5.2.10, administration and enforcement. The town's draft includes only minimal administration language. It does not define who enforces the PUD. It does not require compliance monitoring. It does not establish penalties for violations. It does not require amendments. It does not update studies during build-out. It does not clarify the planning board's authority, and it does not provide mechanisms for relocation of things. So this leaves the town with no leverage if developers deem it from time to time to change the plan. The changes that I put in there fixes this, and it protects the town on many, many different levels. And again, I'm not going to read all of the different ones. As you can see, it's very long. Performance, that's all part of the performance. And why all of this matters is this section gives the town real enforcement power. It ensures that developers cannot drift away from commitments and protects the taxpayer by requiring monitoring, amendments for changes, penalties of violation, performance guarantees, independent verifications. Section 5.211, amendments to approved PUD. The town draft includes no clear amendment procedure for PUDs. This is a major gap. Without a defined process, developers can attempt to A, shift uses, B, increase density, delay commercial and civic components, alter phasing, reduce open space, modify infrastructure obligations, change architectural standards, all with a formal public review. We need reform packages that require strict, transparent amendment process for the developer to go through, which I have laid out. Again, I'm not going to read all of it. It's like 2 pages long. But why this section really matters is, excuse me, that this section will prevent developers from quietly changing the project. Protects the town from density creep, ensures civic and commercial components cannot be removed, requires public review for meaningful changes, ensures update studies, reflects real impact, keeps the PUD consistent with what was proposed to the residents. We have section 5.2.12. This one here has to do with expiration, lapses, and extensions. The town drafts contains no expiration or lapse provisions. The PUD approves major gaps without clearing a timeline. The PUD approval could sit for 20 years or more. Market conditions could change. Traffic, financial, environmental impacts could also change, and yet we have no recourse. Development could bank approvals indefinitely. The town loses control over phasing and timing. We need a reform package that requires expiration rules and update studies as time lapses on, which I did a substantial write-up on that with ways to do it from other towns, not my ideas. Why this section is important. This section, with the changes I've made or suggested, prevents approvals from lingering for decades, ensures impact studies are current, protects the town from outdated assumptions, gives the planning board control over timing, ensures phased development stays on schedule, allows the town to apply, update regulations if the project stalls for too long. This is very important. With a project like Woodmont, we saw these phases, slow down. And in the interim, we had a lot of other things like Mr. Mulholland's project down on Gilchrist get built and all of that. And that changed what was happening. And so we should have been able to adjust their master plan to fit. And granted, we can't change any of it. It is what it is. And we have to work within the rules. This would prevent that from happening in the future. So that's kind of an update of all of the different things. And I have a top like 8 must fixed, which is really, really simple. But in closing, I want to thank everyone for putting up with me, and thank you for reviewing this ordinance section by section. What you've seen tonight is not just a list of edits. It's a plan to finally make our PUD ordinance work the way it was intended to work. We hear it all the time from residents. This is not what we were told we were going to get. For years, our PUD has delivered housing without the commercial balance, public benefit, or infrastructure protection the ordinance promised. And because Londonderry has no impact fees, every strain on police, fire, schools, roads, and water is shifted directly onto the taxpayer. A weak PUD ordinance combined with no impact fees is a recipe for long-term financial harm to our town. Other New Hampshire towns have shown us what successful PUDs look like. Clear standard, enforceable comments, and development that aligns with the master plan. Londonderry deserves the same, if not better. These changes ensure that any future PUDs must deliver real mixed use, real public benefit, real infrastructure mitigation, and real accountability. They close loopholes, straighten enforcements, protect taxpayers from carrying the full cost of large-scale developments. This is our opportunity to correct the course and put Londonderry on the path toward responsible, balanced, sustainable growth. These changes aren't just improvements. They're necessary. So please, if we have to take a long time to do this, press pause for more PUDs to be added so that the new ones we get are done correctly and stop doing damage to our town. Let's get it right. Our citizens deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. I'll start off with a few comments. I think I did the same as you. I met with residents, I met with planning board members, and I think that our old PUD needed to be updated. And I think the document that the planning board sent us is a compromise. I think it's a document that I won't speak for the planning board, but I think the majority of them would want it looser. And I think they sent it to us a little more restrictive because they knew what the council was looking for. I feel like with the amendment that we made,
The one I made? Yeah.
When you,
I made it to the planning board.
Whoever made it, I think that gives them the flexibility for future changes and allows them to put a lot of what you said into that agreement and make each PUD more individualized and have them have more flexibility and be able to be more workable.
I would like to know who you spoke to on the planning board, because I also spoke to planning board people and I got a whole different perspective.
Okay.
Which made me delve even deeper into what I delved into.
Okay.
So I'd like to know who you talked to.
Yeah. But I think that this document is more or less a compromise.
I don't believe
if,
so.
If you read the old one and the new
I
one.
did read the old one.
Yeah, I think that.
Can you excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Sean, this is a conversation between Ron and I, and please, you'll get your opportunity to speak. Be a big boy and wait a minute.
You're speaking over the top of others.
I am
We've
not.
waited a long
I am
time
speaking.
for you to speak.
I
Hold
am
on.
speaking
He can
with
speak.
Ron, and Ron and I are having a civil conversation. I'm sorry you can't deal with that.
Hold on. So I just feel like the planning board did a lot of work in this, and a lot of things that you said can be put into the development agreement and can fix those certain areas where you have a concern. If a property has something where it has an
understand.
issue with.
I
the
understand.
septic.
The problem, I'm just going to bring this
Yeah.
forward. We need to find out then clearly what can and cannot be put. Because I think that, do you know? Did they tell you what can and cannot be put in a development agreement? Most of these things that I said cannot be put in a development agreement. So I just want to go on the record as saying that. The other thing is, I don't believe that this is a compromise.
What can't be put in development agreement?
I'm speaking to Ron. Excuse me.
I'm asking a question like you're asking a question.
I
You said a
haven't
lot of
finished
these things
speaking.
can't. What can't?
You just want to be controversial. Can I
Yeah,
finish
please.
my
Let Deb-
conversation with Ron?
Go ahead, Deb. Finish it
Thank
all.
you.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. Kelly would know. Mr. Mulholland would know the exact things. It is my understanding that the things I am talking about here cannot be put, all of them, into a development agreement. I also think that when you have change of boards, things get lost. I want to do what's right for this town. I feel that having no time limits on things, lapsing, I don't believe that you can, and the thing is you're being upfront. To me, when it's in the ordinance, you are being upfront and forthright and transparent with the developer. They know exactly what they're buying. They see the car, they test the doors, they kick the tires, they know exactly what they're getting. When you come in backdoor on the end with the development agreement, with there's a negotiation, it's not us telling them what to do, it's us working with them to get there, it's already too late. You now have wasted their time, our time, and we're only getting a quarter of what's in here. And I think that this is why I took the time to do this. And I did go to the public workshops that the planning board had. And I think they did do a lot of work. I mean, poor Kelly had to write this thing from scratch because the other one was so bad. So that being said, there has been monumental work done. I do believe that there is more work that should be done at the planning board, and 4 out of the 5 people, I believe, who were there, and Sean was one of them, said that they wanted to move this to the council to fully delve in deeper, because Greg Carson came forward with some of the stuff that I'm saying in this. I did what the planning board said to do, take the data that the residents brought forth, which I did, took my own opinion, which I did, took Greg Carson's opinion, put it all in, and put it together. That was what was requested by the planning board at their last meeting. So I did it.
You did.
And I think that it deserves more conversation, more look at. And I really, really would encourage you to tell me who were the planning board people you spoke with.
Okay. Did you have a question?
You're not going to answer me, Ron?
It's not really fair for me to say that, is it?
Why?
But I did speak to them.
Who did you
So
talk
can
to?
I ask my questions
Yeah, go ahead,
now?
please.
Or who did you speak to about the development agreements and the document you produced?
I spoke to 3 attorneys. I spoke to planners in a couple of other towns, and I spoke to a couple of people on the planning board. I spoke to a ton of residents, and this is what I came up with.
She won't name any of them?
Why? If Ron doesn't have to, I don't have
Just
to.
saying, if
It's a
you-
two-way street, Sean.
Can
Two-way
I,
street.
can I finish what I'm saying before you jump over the top of me?
I'm just saying to you, it's a two-way street.
Which of those towns that you named are covered by development agreements?
I don't know. I didn't look. But I'll
And-
find out for you.
And
Hold on.
so you said things about the PUDs that have damaged this town. Which PUDs?
Are you serious
I'm
right
serious.
now? I will say that Woodmont, Technology Hill, and the one coming down have all hurt this town.
The other 2 aren't complete.
Doesn't matter.
So
What
they've-
they're doing is not what they said they were going to do.
So
Period. End of conversation.
So
Done.
by
Done. I answered your
Can you
question.
not talk over the top of me?
Can you ask smart questions?
Okay, Deb, come on,
Not
please.
trying to catch me in a loophole.
Not
Mr.
catching you in a loophole. You
let's
said
have
they
a
did.
discussion.
You
Well,
said
you
they
wanted
did.
to know which towns had PUD. I want to get this right. Which towns have
Development agreements. I'm also asking you, since you claim PUDs did damage, by Woodmont, and we've had a presentation from the planning board, anyone can watch it. By development agreement, they have to be tax positive to this town. By development agreement. The other 2 aren't in place.
Uh-huh.
So whatever you're saying have done damages, I don't know what PUDs You may be speaking of other developments. When you speak of Gilcrest and other things, those aren't PUDs.
I know that, Sean.
You mentioned it in your long speech.
I did. And I mentioned it in the fact that because Woodmont took so long, their traffic studies, which we did not get updated ones, time lapsed. When that time lapsed, development had come in that now affected their old traffic study, which they go by. And there is nothing that says they have to get new ones and updated as they move forward. Yes, each individual site plan does, but that now affects different, as we're addressing, the town manager is addressing different intersections now that have become affected. So this should have been planned for, and it wasn't. You asked me something else now, and I can't remember what it was because you asked too many questions at once without me. You asked me something else. What was the other question?
As far as your phasing goes, this is already covered in here. If you would have read this stuff, some of the things are
I
covered
did
by
read this
development
stuff,
agreements. Some of them have been covered by this. Some of them are already covered by our current regulations, and some of them are against the law. So it's
Could you please tell me
Good.
which ones are
I'm
against
done.
the law? Why? Because you can't answer those
No,
questions?
because
I'm going to get
done
you
with
your
your
answers.
immaturity.
You can sit there and be a little baby
Okay,
boy.
we'll get it.
But the answer is, I want
We'll
the
get an
answer.
answer. We'll get an answer to your question because I don't.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Karen, is there anything in there that you would consider the answer? Or is it too quick to put you on the spot? I don't want to. Is there?
What's your question?
Is there
Any of
anything
Deb's
in there
comments?
that is illegal?
In Counselor Paul's comments?
Yes.
I
I don't want to put you on the spot. If you want to get back to us, I don't want to.
That'd probably be appropriate for legal counsel.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
okay, yeah.
that's
Sorry.
That's a hard question to answer off the cuff.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put it on the spot.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
So, were these already presented to the planning board and gone over by the planning board?
No.
I
The
was-
planning board did not look at this. It was at the last meeting. You're the alternate. You should have went and you should have known that they
Deb's-
did not look at it. They pushed it here and
Deb's
asked us
document
to
was
look
not
at
looked
it.
No.
Yes.
All-
The board received it.
Yes, the board received
The
this.
day of
But-
their
but
hearing.
Yeah, the day of their hearing, they received these items, and they had read them, I'm assuming, correct?
I don't,
Oh my God.
I'm not going to speak for the board members, but I can tell
Can
you
we
they
not
received
get
it the
the
day of
crowd
their
to-
hearing.
Yeah. All right. All right.
So I'm assuming that the planning board did not want to take these changes into effect, correct?
No.
Well, we have a member of the,
Kelly?
of the planning
I'm
board.
assuming they didn't want to take
Two
these changes
members.
into effect?
Do you want me to speak?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And please speak, Ms. Karen.
My understanding from the planning board was, given the timing of the comments and the want for more direction from the council with respect to changes to the PUD ordinance, they chose to move this to the council for your discussion and consideration. I'm not saying they didn't read or consider Counselor Paul's comments or Mr. Carson's, but at that stage, we had had 3 work sessions and a hearing. So I believe that they were looking for some more direction from the council and/or your final decision on what to do at this point, since they've put a very significant amount of time into it so far. I think you have a planning board rep here. Obviously, you have Counselor Faber, but there's also a member of the planning board here, should you want to ask them.
Does he want to be put on the spot? Is the question. That's not really fair.
Well, Ann's here too.
Okay.
Yeah, you have two
Yes.
members.
Do the two planning board members want to come up and opine, or you're welcome?
I don't think so.
Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive. I voted no, because I wanted to continue the conversation, because I didn't see what Deb had proposed that she wanted us to see. I didn't see it.
Okay.
And I didn't get to hear before the meeting anything like what Mr. Carson had written out. I would have liked to have been given some time to go over that in detail. That's why I was the only one that voted no to pass it along to you yet. Because I felt we still as a planning board had more work to do, to check what was provided to us and possibly integrate that into what we were working on.
Excellent. Tony, you.
Tony DeFrancesco, the chair couldn't be here this evening, and he asked to make sure that I was here. There's a lot to unpack, right? So I want to start from the back instead of at the front. And I want to be clear that when you have a large tract of land that's owned, the owner can do whatever they want with that land as long as it meets the underlying zoning. So let's take 100 acres of land, call it the middle of town. Someone buys it based on state regulations, because let's be clear, the state regulations can and do override local legislation that's not legal, okay, for obvious reasons. We'll take that 100 acres of land, and that developer can decide what they want to put on it. Let's say it's AR1, okay? So we're going to call it AR1. With the current legislation coming down to the state, if there's water and sewer, you're pretty much on half-acre zoning, give or take. Not 1 acre, not an acre and a half, and the town can't legislate that, okay, based on the new legislation that came in by the state of New Hampshire. So 100 acres, you could get 150 houses in there. Done. Who's gonna plow the roads? The town. Who's gonna fix the roads? The town. Who's gonna, if the drainage, something happens to the drainage, culverts get washed out or whatever, who's gonna take care of that? The town. There's a whole bunch of other things. 100 acres of land, you're probably talking about at least a couple of additional DPW employees. You're talking about more trucks. You may be talking about additional things just for the roads and the infrastructure of those roads. Now let's take a PUD for that same 100 acres of land. The roads have to be built to certain standards, right? The developer pays for that. When everything is done, the town has no responsibility because it's a PUD and because there are also other things that are built in town where the town is not responsible for the roads either. But in the PUD specifically, the town is not responsible for those roads. If a culvert gets washed out, it's basically a condominium setup, right? It's a condo setup somehow. They have to deal with it. If the road gets washed out, they have to deal with it. The road gets potholes, they have to deal with it. They have to plow it. They have to sand it. They have to do all of those things that the town will have to do if there's no PUD, if there's no agreement. Okay? So I had to get that off my chest, but it's because it seems to be a missing element that the average person doesn't understand, that the land is going to get built on. It's a supply and demand economy, right? If the houses are going to sell, a developer is going to come in and build houses. The question is, does the town want to have some control over the land, and does the town want to sign off on those roads to somebody else for maintenance and upkeep and whatever? Now, as far as all the other stuff, first of all, I want to clear up one thing. All that stuff was in our packets for the meeting that's in question. It was in the packets. Who gets the email when? That's beyond anybody's control. Who doesn't look at their emails until the start of the meeting? who looked at their emails the day before, who worked on it the weekend before. That's up to individual folks. My opinion is, if you're not prepared for a meeting, shame on you. Because when I took the oath, I took it seriously. And when my email doesn't work, I'm here in this building making sure that someone fixes it, right? If it doesn't come through on my phone and ping me when I'm out of town, I'm here making sure that it gets fixed, right? And so that's up to individual people. Other than how I do it and how I operate is all I can respond to. How other people do it, that's up to them. It was in the packet. Whatever. Now, the planning board specifically sent this product to you for input and for changes, because the contemporary wisdom at the time was this needs to be a combined effort. Not a planning board does it, Kelly writes it all up, a planning board makes some changes, whoever's checking on who's checking what, whatever. Fire department's queuing in, police department's queuing in, whatever. Kelly handles all that stuff. This is too big a thing, right, for just the planning board. And so we wanted you all to look at it. The document that we gave you is an excellent document. The document that we sent you could be used with 0 changes, but we expected some changes. The biggest change that we wanted you to do was the one you already did, was to put in the everybody has to have an agreement, whether it's one owner or 100 owners of the property, they all have to do a development agreement. What I know about development agreements is, as long as you're meeting the RSAs, there's nothing that can't be agreed to in a development agreement. Now, I'm getting nods, but I'm not a lawyer, right? There's lawyers that deal with these contracts between towns and developers. That happens at a different level, right? So when you do the development agreement, it's important that the sitting board at the time is the one that makes some of the decisions. If you write a document that's 100%, tie it with a bow, it is what it is, 100%, now, to what was said earlier tonight, things change, things do this, things do the other thing. Well, now you have a legal document, a municipal document that was written 10 years ago, and things have changed. Well, if you leave it a little bit, if you leave a little bit of movement in there, the board that's going to sign the agreement with the developer has some wiggle room to say, well, you know, the spirit of how that was written is different today than when it was written. Am I making sense with that? Okay? So that's where a municipality gets in trouble with cast in stone. That's where they get in trouble with a definitive line in the sand. And I will tell you, listen, if you all decide that you want to have these parcels that are remaining, and there aren't too many of them anyway, but if you want to have these parcels totally untethered, have at it. There's no skin off my back. You know, it isn't. But my opinion is, and again, I took my oath seriously when some of you were on the board that appointed me. I take my oath seriously to help protect the town. And one of the ways that you protect the taxpayers in the town is to have a PUD. That's how you do it. And I will say that, Councilor Paul, you did a great job of homework. However, I haven't had a chance to look at it.
That's fine.
But there's
That's why I
several,
thought there
there's-
should be
yeah,
some
there's
special.
several inaccuracies in there that I will respond to at a later date. But
I
ju-
welcome it,
just-
Tony. That's
yeah,
what I wanted
I
tonight.
got this. Thank you. I got this.
I know, I'm
It's
just
rhetorical.
thanking you.
It's rhetorical. You're
Okay.
welcome. You're welcome. So there are some things that I will respond to when it's time, and probably at the public hearing, because there were several inaccuracies in there that it's never on purpose. It's just a misunderstanding of how things work. Okay? And one of the things that you have to understand too, and having built commercial and having built housing, a piece of land that's zoned, let's call it industrial, because industrial is different than commercial, right? Let's take that piece of land and call it industrial. It could sit there for 50 years, 75 years. Some of that land up at the airport, 100 years, sitting up there, unbuilt. It was always zoned. People say, well, how come, why isn't the town bringing in industrial businesses? Well, the land is there, ready to be built on. Nobody wants to come. No one wants to, there's no industrial project that's ready to come into Londonderry at this time, right? So it is what it is. It's supply and demand no matter how you look at it, you know? The other thing I will caution you is be careful what you wish for. You know, there are people running around town, and we heard it here tonight, that a certain development in town hasn't been done as promised. Well, from a planning board perspective, when I look at it, and I look at that PUD, and I look at what's gone on, because of a lack of phasing, which is one of the things that we would like you to help with, the phasing part of it, and we talked about that at the meeting when we pushed it to you. Yes, the commercial is not built yet, and you have housing. But the housing on the north side of Pillsbury Road, contrary to what you see on social media, was always going to be housing. Always. From day one, it was going to be housing. From the Charettes, it was going to be housing. It was always going to be housing. So you know, some of the rhetoric that goes around when you look at the documents, you go, phew, well, yeah, it was going to be housing. So the northeast, whatever it is, of 4A, that's where the commercial industrial is going to be, right? So that's that. Questions for me, please. I think
Any
I've
questions for Tony?
Just have
pontificated enough.
one quick comment. There is some commercial there. I just want to make sure, like, for people watching, it's not like there's no commercial. There's Market Basket, there's 603 Brewery, there's two medical places that one of them just opened up.
Yeah.
There's like 30,000 feet of commercial space in there, so there is some commercial. It's not none.
Yeah,
And
and-
we do address the phasing in this document at the planning board level when we were working on this.
Yes, correct. And just to be clear, there are spaces in the I call it the tower. At the current building now, I call it the Market Basket Project. In the tower where the rentals are, they're rentals. On the bottom was supposed to be the commercial part, right? The little businesses.
Mm-hmm.
They're there. They're but they're empty.
Mm-hmm.
But the space is there. It's supply and demand. You can't. The building was built. The spaces are all there. There's a bunch of empty spaces in there that aren't occupied. That's nobody's fault. They're not occupied. What do you do?
We can't dictate supply and demand.
Correct. That's my
Can't
point.
force a business into there.
That's my point. And so how do you when you get to that point, what do you do?
Well, and we've been told time and time again from Woodmont presenting to us in the past that multiple times they've been told by restaurants and other commercial entities that they want to see the residential before they come because they want to have the walkability, they want to have the guaranteed residents that will be potentially using their space or going to their business.
Sure.
And as I see it, we cannot dictate supply and demand.
Right.
We cannot say you can't build residential until your commercial industrial is built. That just sounds like we're dictating, and there's, they have the rights to build on their land. What's ability for their land?
Well,
And
the-
we
the-
can't
One
control
comment
that.
On that, so to
Absolutely.
the point about phasing, so actually this draft ordinance, it doesn't quite do it to that extreme, but that's the intent of that section, is to, it's phrased as active and substantial development, specifically for the commercial piece. That is
And-
what the board spent a lot of time discussing.
And to Kelly's point, that was a piece that I hammered on. How do we get it so that there was a situation in Bedford that I detailed that it was supposed to have this and it turned into that. Well, how can we make an ordinance that does that? You kind of can, but again, it's supply and demand. Things changed. What do you do? But the other thing too is and I didn't finish this, completely my thought. Be careful what you wish for. Make sure that you get on social media and you take a look at what's going on in the town south of us with the very large PUD. People are not happy. Police department is not happy. The fire department, ambulance, safety, whatever you call them, medics are not happy. The residents are not happy. There's nobody happy. So be careful what you wish for is all I'm saying. When you have a project that big, there's a lot going on. So
Tony,
thank
get a
you.
better question for you.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not really a question. So I'm not against PUDs, Tony. I'm really not.
Never said you were.
I just wanted to clarify that because I'm not. I just want to make sure that we're doing what's right. And that takes time, and it takes a level of discussion and going back and forth. And yeah, I might have interpreted it one way, you interpreted it another, but that's why you should go through it and do your due diligence and get it done correctly. That's how I feel. And that's what I tried to do. I did my best at doing what I thought could be changed.
No argument here at all.
And I just wanted to say that. And I also think that Market Basket, that little plaza, is not
It's not part of the PUD.
of the PUD.
It's not.
That first building was kind of what was at the conception, the very beginning. They wanted it to look like Com Ave, is what I remembered being said by John Michaels when we would go to those
The
charrettes.
high rise. You're talking about the high rise
Apartments with the buildings underneath. That's
with the commercial underneath.
yes,
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Or even on the second floor of the,
Right.
level and then second floor, or, if we had basements in the basements,
Yeah.
whatever, and then apartments on the top,
Yeah.
which was what was brought up. I do remember on the north part where Procopio is going was supposed to be, there had been talked about a golf course with a restaurant. Yeah, there was.
Oh, I went to every charrette meeting. There was never a golf.
And it
course
was
gonna
supposed
put
to
in.
be Mr. Kettenbach's brother-in-law that was going to do that at one point. But that's beside the point. I just wanted to address when you were talking about 100 acres and, half-acre zoning, and you're going to get, so even if you got, I don't know if those 150 houses includes the roads you would have to take, the setbacks, the unbuildable land being pulled out because you can't build on it because it's so much ledge or it's wet or whatever. Even if you got 100 houses on 100 acres, that's like 200 people, maybe 400 people added to the town. When you talk about high density and you talk about just Woodmont, 1,400 times 2 residents coming to the town. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a lot more. That's school, fire, police. Okay, we might not have to take care of their roads, but we still have to take care of those people coming, that amount of people coming on to our roads that are already, to me, what's been missing in this town for a long time, and I've brought it up, I don't know if you remember, I've brought it up at meetings many, many times. We're so behind the 8 ball in infrastructure. We should have been doing this all along. I had come to meetings many, many times, planning boards, zoning boards, I've said the same thing. We should have been checking our roads, making sure they're wide and putting in the bike paths, putting in the things that we need. And then the building wouldn't have been so, oh my God, look at all this traffic all of a sudden, because it would have naturally kind of flowed into it. And that's when I say smart building, is you have to think about those
Yeah,
things.
and to your point, you're 100% correct. To your point, we have cow paths leading to large developments.
Yes.
That's what we have, and it's all over town. And you know, I read a lot on a lot of planning books, planning studies, whatever. And part of the problem that Londonderry has is we have one center for commerce at Exit 4, and everybody in town needs to come to that. And the new theory of developing a town, if a perfect world where there was nobody and you could start all over, would be a town like Londonderry having a minimum of 2 centers, like we have at Exit 4, and maybe as many as 3.
Correct.
And now, there's nothing we can do about that today. You know, we can do our best. And could you please stop? I have a hard time thinking as it is. Please stop.
Could the audience just please listen?
So-
Thank you.
So,
Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead, Tony. Okay. Ann, please. Tony.
So anyway, you're absolutely correct, and it's not something that can be fixed today, but we can certainly move towards that. Now,
And I agree with you, just so you know.
Thank you. My feeling is that you all have a very good document.
We do.
To deal with. You don't dump very good in search of perfect. My opinion, one person's opinion. This is not a planning board opinion. One person's opinion. You will not write a perfect document, ever. It's not going to happen, especially one as complicated as that, where you have underlying zoning on top of new zoning, on top of a PUD, and then you have to dovetail the RSAs into it all at the same time, right? So, I don't know, Kelly, did you have anything else to add to the current document and where we're at?
The current draft?
Yeah. I mean, well, so, you know, you're very light on 100 acres, 100 houses. That's not going to happen because the
Well, you said
because the
150,
state-
and I brought it
yeah,
down to 100.
The state, yeah, the state just, right, you know this, they just reduced or,
Well, I was going
for all
by
intents
your
and purposes, eliminated zoning, you know?
I
And
know.
so they can kind of put, you know, other than green space, if there's water and sewer, you're going to almost have zero lot line zoning like you've had in Manchester for 75 years or so. And so it's going to be a lot more houses than that. And you know, I'm still going to fall back on, I would rather that a development owns the roads and maintains the roads than to have us have to, at the taxpayer's expense, hire DPW people and vehicles to do it, to take care of them. And, you know, I would rather control it with a development agreement, having the two sides get together. I personally, when I become king, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen eventually, because the older I get, the more I'm king-like. But,
Oh, Madonna mia.
But when I become king, and all of this stuff happens, I want to control the land. I don't want a developer to come in to buy up a whole bunch of acreage, has 100 acres, and says, okay, here's what I'm going to do, bye-bye. I want to be able to control that developer. You do that with a development agreement and a PUD.
And that's what I'm trying to do with this, so that we can control
Agreed.
it. And I think it should be, I think somewhere in here, and I never put it in here, that maybe this needs to be looked at every 4 or 5 years. As an ordinance, we should put it in there that all of our ordinances should be looked at and be evaluated and updated. We do it to our master plan, you know,
Yeah,
we should be
100%.
doing it. I mean,
100%. All it takes is staff about 2 to 3 times bigger than what you currently have in this building, and a whole bunch of money. That's all it takes to do that. And every time those
understand.
suggestions are made, the cash register goes off in my head because that's what it takes to do that stuff.
well, that could be debated, but
It's-
it could be. I
Mr.
mean,
Chair.
I don't think it
It's
takes
no
that
question,
much,
but-
but
Ted has a question for you.
Sure.
Sorry, Tony, I know you didn't want to talk this long, but
No,
Just a
I'm here.
clarification
I'm here,
question.
and there's a microphone.
For Tony and for Kelly. So I believe correctly, you can potentially have up to 6 units per acre. So if you had, for example, 100 acres, that'd be 600 units of residential.
Yeah,
Am I
it could,
reading
yeah,
that
it could
correctly?
be a little more with density bonus.
Yeah,
In
it
the-
could
in
be
the draft,
7.5.
correct.
Okay.
Depending on if you utilize the density bonuses, it's up to 25%, but it's capped at 1.5 times, so it's capped at 7.5.
But some of those density bonuses take away buildable acreage.
Correct,
So then
exactly.
that wouldn't actually equal
Right.
600.
There is, my point is, though, there's a cap. There's still a cap.
So when, a fine example is, we talk about units in a development and how, some people have an opinion that it's overburdensome. When Woodmont first came to town, the architectural firm that was designing Woodmont, DPZ, told us all that the number of units that we were putting into Woodmont was way below the number of units that they design in every single other one of their developments across the country. I've been looking at their other projects that have the same amount of acreage. They have double or more the number of units to make it a successful project. The number of units that they have in there most likely will not make it a successful project to make the commercial industrial want to be there. And for us to want to limit housing to not have a project be successful, I feel like we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, and so to get back to let's talk about green space, okay? Because one of the examples I gave in the planning board meeting was if you have, let's say it's 16 houses, 16 houses, and in between each house, you have setbacks, 15 feet for each house, right? So that's 30 feet of green space, right? That all adds up to the total amount of green space in a project, okay? And I'm talking hypothetical. Instead, and I call that non-usable green space. As a developer, I would say, yep, I met all your requirements, but you know what? I'd be driving home saying, boy, that really stinks for those landowners because they have no usable green space.
Exactly.
Instead, what you do in the PUD is you increase the density. You don't even have to do the density bonus yet. You increase the density, and you take that green space that you had in between the houses, and you pull it all out, and you put it over here on the land. And you take whatever acreage that was, let's say it's 1.5 acres of non-usable, because it's only 16 houses, right? So let's call it 1 acre, and you put that entire acre over here, and you put a swing set on it, and a sandbox, and some
dog park,
jumpers, and
little dog area.
Dog park didn't work. The last time that was brought up, it didn't go well. But at any rate, you make it usable, and that's where the density actually helps a community. To Deb's point, a little pocket park. Remember that?
I do.
It wasn't too long ago, right?
I'm still for them.
So that's part of what a PUD could do, and that's part of the negotiation process when you have the development agreement to get that type of stuff. You can have that building, 30 units, whatever, but you got to provide the green space because in the underlying documents, it says you got to have X percent of green space. How am I doing? Am I doing okay? Am I getting an A?
Sure.
Gonna give him a gold star too, Kelly.
Deb, you go ahead.
Just to your point, that's why I changed something in here, because on some of them, I was noticing that they were including unbuildable, unusable space as their green space. And that was a change that I made, that I said that shouldn't be included because so as they're planning and thinking about how they're going to use this, that's why I wanted it to be up front. So they can think, they don't have to spend as much money on design, redesign. That saves them money. So if they know that they can't include this wetland or this ridged area as part of their green space and that they need to accommodate for it over here, it helps them with their design flow. And that's why I changed it a little bit, because it wasn't
specific or clear that that could not be included in your green
Yeah,
space. So
and
I could walk in and say, oh, we get this great pond, but that's going to be our green space. Well, no.
But I disagree with you on that one. I think it should be okay because where I grew up, I lived on Swamp 86, okay? And in Swamp 86 was that. It was a green space that couldn't be touched, and we skated there in the winter. We caught pollywogs in the summer. We fished in the spring, and we did all those things. And so I personally, again, when I'm king, I will let the developer do that and make that part of the green space because I think that's valuable.
But if
Ducks are
that's the only
landing
green
there,
space
and-
they have, if they have no other space for, like you said, the little swing set or this or that,
that's where you
then
get
what are
in-
you going to do for those kids?
Yes,
I mean,
yes, exactly. And see, what you did was you just boxed yourself into a corner.
No, I
because what you
didn't.
did was you gave yourself no flexibility.
No, I'm adding to their green space.
No, you just boxed yourself into a corner with it.
I disagree.
On
I
that particular
humbly
project.
agree to disagree.
And that's okay. That's what it's all about.
But
That's what it's all about.
Go ahead. Any other?
I'd like you to look at these, Tony, too.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Any other questions for Tony? Go ahead, Dan.
Not Tony. I don't have any questions for Tony.
Okay.
It's
Can
the way he
we let Tony go?
confused him.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
Tony.
stay. So
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Go ahead, Dan.
My only ask would have been that we have a town council rep that gives us a complete breakdown of what is changing and explain why the planning board went with this draft. I mean, did you see anything, Sean?
So this has been covered a couple times. There wasn't really a red line agreement of this document. You've got to just read through, and it's explanatory. More or less, it puts in the phasing stuff, and this is what I was telling Deb. Some of this stuff's already covered. And if you watch the discussions, and that's part of it.
Well, that's what we have you there
We
for.
do, but I can't relay a hour-long discussion to you in 5 minutes. I can't. It's better for you to watch it, take it in, see the discussion, see the points that people are making from their own mouth, because I could mischaracterize them. And then you're seeing exactly what they're saying. And you don't have to watch the whole planning board meeting, just watch the part about the discussions. And it goes through this. We were, as a planning board, really concerned with the residential coming before the commercial. We've got, I think, the best way to legally address that and make sure that we can get through this stuff where we actually get commercial and not just get a bunch of residential and get it dropped on the town. We wanted to make sure that there's a development agreement, and through the conversations of the planning board, we came up with a development agreement for everything then. So this takes it also, one aspect of it to describe it further to you is the density bonuses for doing the right things. So in her commentary, Deb had asked for, we need usable things for the town. Those are outlined in a chart within there. And then you get further density bonuses if you do this and that are beneficial. And we had a long discussion over the language not being specific enough. And so we adjusted the language as the course of these discussions went on to make this specific enough, to make it actionable. There were some things that got thrown out. There were talk originally when this came up of changing the definition from 100 acres down, and we decided to keep it at 100 acres. Off the top of my head, those are the big ones. But I would encourage, and I'm not trying to not tell you, but I just gave you a couple minute update, and that doesn't even begin to cover the discussions, why people felt that, how we got there. This wasn't just one simple meeting. It was a lot of meetings to go over this, a lot of feedback taken in, a lot of discussions back and forth. So there was a lot to go through on that. But that's the best summary I can give you.
Okay. My personal opinion, I don't like the original PUD. I think it's terrible.
And this is tighter than that, for sure.
I think this is tighter, but
It
I
is.
think it
It can be
still
tighter.
could be looked at, and maybe address some of these concerns that Councilor Paul had. I don't know. That's my concern.
Okay.
That's my statement.
I really would love Kelly's input.
Any
on what I
further?
did.
I mean, I watched the whole entire public hearing that the planning board had. It's like a 4 or 5 hour meeting or more. I mean, I thought all the commentary was worthwhile from the board, and the changes that were made and need be. Certainly, this is a better document than what we had before, but I also don't think what we had before was a bad document. I was at every single planning board meeting back when this was originally being put together, back in 2010, 2011, 2012. And those meetings went on till 12, 1 a.m. And there was a lot of things that were being considered and went through at that time that they spent a lot of time going through. The only thing that I wish that was a change is that they had the architectural of the buildings be the same throughout, to have it be a consistent plan. That would be the only thing that I'd want to have be changed or fixed, because
And I made
you
that
want to have
change.
a cohesive looking project. That's the only big change that I would want to have be seen. And certainly, I think Technology Hill is doing that. They're having a cohesive architectural look throughout their buildings. Now, they're commercial industrial, and they're those buildings, they may have a different look to them, but the residential buildings and their smaller commercial, they have a cohesive architectural look to them. I mean, that would be the only change that I would want to see at some point, but what we have in front of us is a big step forward compared to what we had before. And the planning board
Agreed.
has spent a lot of time going through this.
And they did.
And it is a brand-new document, so you can't really look at a red line.
Well, I know.
Go ahead.
I know there's no red line, so. I
Well, you
know
wanted to
keep
know what all
mentioning-
the different changes back and forth were gonna be, but you can't really see that when it's a brand-new document.
Are you talking about the changes the planning board made to what Kelly did? Is that what you're saying, Dan?
I'm not gonna get into this.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I can just quickly, just for the sake of time, I can answer your question
please.
at a high level, if you want.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly, if you
Let
could.
me answer that.
Yeah.
So generally, the larger changes were focused around defining more of a public benefit, which you see those increased definitions.
Yeah.
Adjusting the density, the community benefit table that outlines the bonuses that you get depending on which of those four items that you're choosing to go and seek. I think Councilor Faber hit on that well in terms of summarizing that, but making those definitions more specific. And then, again, ultimately deferring to the council, but the planning board was in agreement that all PUDs should have a development agreement, which is something that our current ordinance doesn't obviously articulate. And then there was lengthy discussion about tract size, and ultimately the tract size didn't change. It's still 100 contiguous acres.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Hey,
you come to
how
join
are
us
ya?
at 11 o'clock in the evening.
Why not? right?
Absolutely.
Just real quick, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that you want a little bit more change to this document, correct? So my recommendation would be, this has come to the planning board, we've presented you with a document. If you guys want to continue to make change to it, you're well within your right to do so. Talk amongst yourselves, figure out what you want to add, talk about it here, and don't send it back to the planning board. The only reason I say that is because, when did we start this? Almost a year ago?
Yep.
I believe it was right when you two got on,
Direction came from
right?
the council in July.
Was-
You've had 3 work sessions and a hearing.
Correct. So if you decide to say, we want you to continue to change this and send it back to the planning board, you're going to be in 6 more months of trying to change this for it to come back to you. So I think this board is at a point now where you have a document that's put together, and it's up to you to decide what you want to change to it. So all I'm getting at is I don't think it would be in your best interest to bring it back to the planning board. If you want to, obviously we'll do this over again, but I think when it comes to time, you're looking at another 5, 6, 8 months when this board is well within their right to take a look at it and recommend changes through the 5 of you.
So personally, my recommendation is to get the old one off and get this one in as it is with very little changes.
But I really believe we could continue and tighten and move things forward, which we can do throughout the year moving forward. I don't know if you got a chance to look at some of the things. Some of them are crazy, some of them are, but I really thought that, sometimes you look at something so much, your eyes, and it's always good to have different eyes, different perspectives, different understandings. And that's what I was hoping to have, was more of that dialogue. Did I expect these to happen tonight? I did not. But I wanted to put them out there to get people thinking and looking. And my goal is, you guys did a lot of work. That there's night and day between the old one and the new one. And I agree that the new one's a step forward, and we should put it in place just to protect ourselves. That's how I feel. And then move on and maybe have some listening or work sessions, a work session like, with the planning and council together talking, because we see things a little differently, or I do, than you do, than he does. And I think, taking a clip from Mulholland's playbook there with the strategic plan, like the way they do it, just getting more input, because if we can fix it and get it even tighter and better, who does it hurt? Nobody. That's my 2 cents. I don't know how you feel, Jake, but that's how I feel.
All I'm getting at is I showed up because I felt as though I was waiting for one of you to say, let's send this back to the planning board, and I
No.
don't think that's in your best interest.
No, it's not.
So,
Did you have a question?
So what I'm getting from you, Jake, is that this document that you prepared, okay, can still be added to or changed to down the road.
Of course, anything.
Yeah.
Okay? So if we went with this document,
I know.
looked at the ideas that Councilor Paul had, you might look at it and go, maybe we could incorporate this.
It's up to you. You
But
can incorporate
But you
it.
could do that on the
You can
planning board.
incorporate it.
Ultimately,
we
you
sh-
do.
You
It's
do.
ultimately
It's-
us.
We've done, what I'm getting at is we've done our part. It's at the council now. Don't go back. We've spent a lot of time on this. We've got it prepared for the council.
Yep.
If you want more added to it, add to it. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, don't go back. Don't say, we want this X, Y, and Z added to it. Now let's send it back to the planning board and have them, it's done. It's past the planning board at this point. So
What I'm getting to,
if you want to,
I think what you're
Please do.
saying is if you want to adopt this draft document, right, as it is now,
Mhm.
yes, you can do that. And then after you do that, after you adopt this draft, we can still look at
Changes.
Counselor Paul's
Of course.
list of suggestions.
Absolutely.
yeah, what I'm
over
getting,
a period of time.
what
and
I'm
then
getting
amend
at,
it.
Jake, is that we all know things change. So as things change, you might be looking at the document and going, you know what? We need to look at something here and
Mhm.
send it to the council and see if we can get this changed.
Of
That's
course.
all I'm asking.
Of course.
I'd like to make a recommendation to do what Kelly just said, to move this new one forward with the new changes, with the amendment thing and whatever else they changed, and maybe look at things at a little further later on down the road. If
So I-
that's amenable, that's called a negotiation,
I believe-
amendable to you guys.
I believe all we have to do tonight is schedule the public hearing, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. Which is,
That's scheduled actually for the 4th for you to do that.
Is that enough time to notice it and everything? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
10 days. That's.
So I believe
if
that's
you
all we
look
have
at
to do
the
tonight.
agendas we
That
have
was just
in there.
notice the public hearing.
All right.
So then,
Well, I just want to know if that's something you guys are thinking about or not.
I'm good with moving.
I'm good with that.
Let's move to the public hearing, please.
So the public hearing will be what date? The next meeting?
May 18th.
May 18th, so
That's the
second
date
one.
of the public hearing,
Okay, perfect.
if you schedule it.
All right. Well,
Yes.
thank you to everybody that came, planning board members that came to discuss. Much appreciated. Up next, we have approval of consent items. Oh,
Mr. Chair, I have a issue with
Okay.
the minutes of March 30th,
Sure.
line 26 and 28.
Hold on. What
26
page?
What page?
What page you on?
Page 1.
Page 1, line 26?
26 through 28.
26 through 20, okay.
Okay. It says it's a 5-0. I did not vote for this. And as you know, we had a citizen come up questioning why we didn't sign stuff. I did not also sign the contract either. Not that I don't think that the tax collector deserves it. I think she does. I did not vote for it because it was not fully disclosed to the public. And I'm going to explain something. On March 16th, the contract came up. Councilors Faber, Dunn, and Coombs moved to cut the proposed pay, and you voted on it and passed it. Now, Mr. Chair, I'll quote you as you said, we're trying to get everyone at 5%. Everyone treated fairly and not unfairly. That translates to a 5% in line with what the town manager was proposing. Not being unfair, staying with 5%. So Councilor Faber moved that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves the terms of the contract between the town council and the tax collector. You did not ask for any discussion, and the end result was that you approved 11.9% increase. Totally different from the 5% that you had stated on March 16th. So I want the record to reflect this, that I did not vote for this. Not that I don't think she deserves it. I think she does. I just don't agree with how it was done.
Any other changes?
Dan, he asked you a question.
Any other changes?
No, just
Okay.
that. No, just
So
that,
is-
26 and through 28.
So I'll make a motion to approve the consent items with the minutes for March 30th as amended by Dan.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. Any discussion further? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's as
Any-
amended, aye.
Yeah, as amended.
As amended.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Any liaison reports tonight?
Yes, I had the Londonderry Arts Council meeting back on April 9th. It was a good meeting that we had. Going forth with, we'll have a good showing of bands in the summertime. They'll be having another, what do they call it? Wild Oats, Wild Apples coming out this spring with a whole new group of submissions. We'll be very interested in reading some of them coming up, and they'll have an event for that. I believe, when is that? That is May. What did I put it in my calendar? I believe it's either May 16th or May 23rd. They'll be having another event at the historic Morrison Meeting House Museum at the barn. So they'll have some good events there, and they're certainly looking to see how they can get more kids involved in some of their arts programs and how they can get them involved in the arts going around. So,
Excellent.
yeah, it was a good meeting.
Any other liaison reports tonight?
Well, I didn't have a meeting, but I did go to Beautify Londonderry, and I helped them out at the desk. We had a great turnout. I think it was the most amount of people stepping up to volunteer ever. So they did a lot of work. Good job to all of them. And Max Apples always stepping up as they do. They gave out 100 free ice cream cones to the lacrosse and I can't remember. Oh, the Boy Scouts who came and, people who cleaned up.
Yep.
The kids got ice cream. So that was nice of them.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, I wanted to mention we also had a Old Home Day meeting this past, was it Thursday or Friday? It was a good, productive meeting moving forward. Currently, we right now have the full board as we appointed Kirsten to be on the board. So things are moving forward. So it'll be a good time. We're looking at
One person, Ted, on that, or?
Kirsten stepped
Kirsten stepped in, so we have a 5-member board, but she's more than willing to step down if we have someone who would like to take the position. I know we're reaching back out to the Rotary to see if there might be someone there who would like to step in, or if there's anyone else from the community who might want to step in. But we're looking at I believe the naming of the or the theme of the event this year is Londonderry 250 to go along with America 250. So it'll be a good time.
Excellent. Any other liaison reports? You good, Dan? I'm good. Okay. You're good too? All right. Town manager report.
Well, we have the Chancellor of the Exchequer
Awesome.
here. Has come up to the mic. He must
You
have
don't
something he
mind
wants to
giving me
add.
an opportunity to just clarify something that
No.
I got back to my seat and had heartburn about people panicking that we're going to have a shortfall on revenue. And so Ted had mentioned that we're currently 4 million short. What that is we're 3/4 of the way through the year. If you were to look at just the percentages, that number should be about 5.1. Looking at a worst case doomsday scenario, if we were to, we know we're going to get the airport pilot tax. If you take the lowest amount of motor vehicles we've registered in April, May, and June for the last 2 years, you look at building permits and take the lowest amount since March of 24 and put that over the 3 months. You look at a couple other lower items that we know we likely will get higher, as well as things such as the interest revenue, 94,000 over the next 3 months, when I already know we have 146 in CDs coming in. With those worst case scenarios, we fall $52,000 short of the entire revenue. That being said, if you just change the motor vehicle to the average over the last 2 years for those months, we are 120,000 above what we have budgeted. So I just want to clarify, because I felt like I did a terrible job explaining that, and I was not going to be able to sweep tonight if I didn't do a better job of it. So just wanted to let you all know that.
Just,
Thank you.
Just so you know, Justin, I'll be contributing for building permit and registering also.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm going to skip most of what I said. That way we can all get home before the end of the
Okay.
day, because we're close to another day already. So I'm just going to go over the agenda for the next couple of meetings. We have the second part of the strategic plan workshop scheduled for this Wednesday from 6:30 to 8:30. Again, 6:30 to 8:30. The original agenda was sent out at 7. It's out at 7, but it's 6:30 to 8:30 here. And then on May 4th, presentation from Londonderry Arts Council on the 2026 concerts in the Common. And then discussion set a public hearing for May 18th regarding the 2027-2029 proposed strategic plan. Discuss and schedule a public hearing regarding a proposed revision to municipal code in regards to the administrative code. Ethics, Code of Ethics. That was pushed from one meeting to the next. And so now it's presently scheduled for May 4th. And then you would schedule a public hearing for May 18th for that. And then we have continued discussion regarding zoning amendment, plan unit development ordinance that you're familiar with. We had that discussion tonight, and there's more room for that on the 4th. May 18th, interviews and appointment for the vacant position on the Budget Committee. And again, I have scheduled the public hearing, assuming you schedule a public hearing for May 18th for the strategic plan. Discuss and receive public input regarding the Code of Ethics, and then hopefully approve that on that date. And then the plan unit development will be scheduled for public hearing. So we have 3 public hearings on that date, or the busy night. And discuss the proposed TC 105 regarding use of legal counsel. This has been pushed several meetings, so now this is scheduled for May 18th with a public hearing on June 1st. And discuss and provide guidance to the town manager for the development of the FY28 budget. Rather important piece that the council should consider that, and you should be thinking about that obviously between now and the 18th. We've had some discussions with several of you about different options with that, whether you request multiple versions of the budget. And if you did that early in the process, that would give us time to develop those, and then you'd have options at the end. As you know, in the last process, we were talking about making certain cuts, and we didn't do that until we were well into the process. This might be a way to look at that at the beginning of the process. And as I think you're all aware that Chairman Dunn and I will be meeting with the Chairman of the Budget Committee and staff to look at, and school, of the combined schedule for the FY 2028 budget process, with hopes of starting that earlier. especially when it comes to CIP and those sorts of things that we can get out of the way with that. Like I said, I'm not going to go into the long list of other items because we will be here into the next day, and I don't think any of you want to do that.
Well,
There's
thank you, sir.
email, and I will inform you by email as I normally do.
Thank you. I will open public comment.
Don't.
Christine, thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Sat too long. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Couple of things. This is what gets people frustrated. You have a public hearing, and then nothing that is spoken to about from the public, and you have a 10-page document or 6-page document from Greg Carson, and nothing that is spoken about is taken into consideration. That's why they feel as though by the time it's public comment, it's a done deal. And it's my understanding that we did not have any development agreements with Woodmont. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
We had
You did? How about with Technology Hill? None with Technology Hill? And it's my understanding that Technology Hill was supposed to not do their residential first, but yet that was the first thing that went in. But anyway, on another subject. There have been 3 that I know of, not anonymous complaints put in the past month, not anonymous, that have not been brought forward to the public. I'm upset about that, and one of them was mine. And according to the ACLU, my civil liberties were violated by a council member. And having let's learn how to use Facebook is not going to fix that. It's not just my civil liberties were violated, but other people's were too. That's huge. That happened to a state rep several years ago, and it went to the ACLU. Yet you decide not to do anything about it.
Christine, I'm going to stop you. I didn't say I was doing anything. I said 3 times, actually, that I'm going to address it with education. We're going to have elected officials be educated on social media.
Okay, well, you're a
what I
public
said.
official that violated my civil liberties. My freedom of speech knows very well that he violated my freedom of speech. And that you don't have to instruct Counselor Faber. He knows what he did was wrong. So now it goes to the ACLU.
Thank you. Tony, you've been so patient.
I know, we didn't hear from you. at all tonight.
Patience is what I do. Patience is what I do, and people that know me are laughing right now when I say I have patience. My son always said I have a lot of patience for a short amount of time. Tony D. Francesco, 1 Cheshire Court. Just for the record, Technology Hill did not have a development agreement because it was a one-owner development. One owner owned the land under the current PUD, which we changed for the new one, should you choose to adopt it, for a whole bunch of reasons. We're going to leave it at that, okay? So keep it at that. The sequencing is, for that project is on schedule, so it's not, it is what it is. But I wanted to frame it. We had the conversation, right? And so this is part of the reason why we're thinking we're better off, let's have all of them have agreements. So, and you've already made that change. So thank you, and I appreciate you giving me the time as
All right.
well.
Thank you, Tony.
How am I doing?
Good evening, sir. Thanks for your patience.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. I'd like to know when this training is going to happen. Is it going to be public, or are you guys going to hide with a little non-meeting? Because I agree with Christine. Multiple people have filed complaints. I was one of them. There should be a reason stated why it is that a councilor chooses to selectively hide comments on his Facebook page from constituents. He was asked. He refused to answer. I filed a complaint. You refused to acknowledge my complaint. And as far as I know, the other complaints that were filed, you refused to acknowledge those as well.
I acknowledge them all tonight, sir.
So if I just decided to stay home, which I really should have done, I'd have no idea unless I watch a 5-hour meeting, 6-hour meeting. That's the way it works.
No, I think the proper method is to educate everybody first on social media. So,
It's a violation of the law.
okay. Okay.
You can
Okay,
keep up
nope.
with the smug looks there, Sean.
Just
I'll talk to whoever I want to, unless you'd like to have me escorted out and violate my civil rights again. This is ridiculous. You have people accusing people of illegal things, then asking them to, well, what's illegal? Oh, I don't want to answer that. You talk to planning board members? Oh, I'm not going to answer who I'm going to talk to. We have serious 91A questions going on. I get multiple people, more people than I've ever had contact me before saying, what is with this 91A? Everything seems to be decided before they even get there. And it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, you know, when you ran for re-election, you said you were the most approachable counselor there is. You don't answer any emails. You don't respond to people. You won't even respond to questions here. Oh, I'll get back to you. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Absolutely ridiculous. It's unacceptable. And I think there should be other complaints filed. And I think there should be people that actually should step down from this board.
thank you. Anybody else in public comment? You've been very patient, sir.
Yes. Very long night. Paul Skidlark, 20 Woodbine Drive, London area. I'm not going to belabor this because we all want to get the hell out of here tonight. But I just want to, I wanted to end my initial public comment just saying there is a remedy for what we've discussed or what I've discussed previously. And you don't owe it to me. You owe it to the 3,300 people or so that voted for those two petitions. They deserve answers as to why people on this board would not put their signatures on those letters. And I think you owe them that explanation. You don't have to do it certainly tonight. You can think about it and come back next meeting if you'd like. It's up to you. And I'd also suggest, I'm not going to speak for Town Manager Mulholland, that if a similar letter came to his desk or a similar scenario came to his desk in previous positions, I would suggest that they would probably all be signed by the full body and not just one counselor or two counselors, that they would all come together and sign that document as was prescribed in the petition. So again, I ask you to do that. I ask you to reconsider it. The way you do that is with a fresh document to allow all signatures and resend that. So I'd ask you for that consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in public comment?
I do.
Ron, I'm going to add on to what Paul said.
Sure.
I think we should all be able to respond to Mr. Skudlaric. He's spoken now 3 times on this, and he's also emailed us wanting a response from the rest of you why you won't sign the documents or not. I think we owe it to the voters.
Well, I had
Okay.
my hand up. I was going to respond to it.
Okay,
to
but
respond too.
you've had
Okay.
plenty of time to respond.
I haven't had plenty of
Okay.
time.
He's emailed and he's spoken multiple times, and you should have signed the document the first time.
Well, I'm going to make it very clear. All right, Paul. Mine was not politically motivated. Mine was I didn't fully understand it. I do not sign things that I do not fully understand, just like I didn't understand what this whole thing was with the tax collector, and I didn't sign that contract. All right? Even though I was told by 2 other counselors, you got to sign that. I'm not going to sign it because I don't agree with it. All right? So I did not fully understand this whole thing. That's why I didn't sign it. It wasn't politically motivated. So
I guess, do you understand it now? What's confusing about it?
well, it was explained a little bit today.
Better tonight.
About
I didn't
tonight.
understand it either.
When you spoke about it, I understood it better.
Okay.
So
So you're open
yeah.
to signing it now, I assume?
So, I mean, reach out to me. But, you know,
I
some,
did.
some people would prefer to go to Facebook and start slamming
No,
me,
no,
but that's fine.
I emailed.
But,
I emailed all of you. I think you recognize
did.
that, right?
You did, and I actually meant to get back to you,
Yep.
and then I forgot because life gets busy,
Fine.
and I apologize. But I know if you talk to people who've sent letters, I try to get back
Sure.
to them. If you called me, I probably would have got back to you.
Yeah, no,
Martha had
good.
called me and explained to me,
Mhm.
and I went through this whole scenario thing from what I was explained about how this worked, which wasn't what you said. So,
Okay.
I don't have a problem signing it. I did vote for one, not both, sorry. But I don't have a problem. I'll just selling it. I didn't understand it. I'm glad you came and took the patience to come and explain it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad Martha took the time to pick up the phone. Actually, before you got here, I was texting her back and forth
Right.
and going back and forth. So,
Well, I hope it's clear now, and I hope that.
Well, it is for me.
That you'll, again, reconsider and hopefully get your signature. So, anyone else want to explain?
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment.
now
We're
we
gonna
have to
go
to non-meeting?
Yes, pursuant to 91A:3(2)A, I need a roll call vote to go into non-public.
Hi, Ted Combs.
Hi, Sean Faber.
I, Ron Dunn.
Hi, Dan Bouchard.
I did, Paul.
Drew, we will be back to adjourn.